What's up, everybody? This is Kanal Black Man Travels. Happy Friday. I'm glad to be back in the United States. Yes, I'm glad to be back home in Atlanta. I know I've been MIA for quite a while. I've been gone for about 4 weeks. Just in case if anyone didn't know, I was in the Dominican Republic for 4 weeks, spending some quality time out there. Was able to actually just relax and just reflect on all the things that I accomplished in 2022 and literally just got lazy. Like I literally got lazy in the Dominican Republic where I was drinking rum every single day. Like literally I was having a rum drink in the morning, then immediately going straight to the beach and just sitting out there in the sand. But I'm glad to be back home. It's amazing how I'm grateful to be able to travel and see different places and experience different things. But that feeling of coming back home, back to your own bed and seeing your kids and just going back to routine, I like that. So I know that's kind of strange for a lot of people because, again, people are more anxious to leave the country. I was more anxious just to get back. It's kind of different, But while I was in Dominican Republic, I was doing several interviews, some really hot, top executive level interviews. And one of the things that I experienced when I was doing my interviews out in the Dominican Republic, the Dominican people are very festive people. I mean, they're very festive, party, loud music, loud motorcycles. So it's hard to really conduct an interview while you have bachata, merengue, salsa being blasted through these cars. And I have to constantly stop the interview and apologize for the loud noise. But I live in a local community within Caballete, which is on the north coast of Dominican Republic. And I realized that, conducting interviews in the Dominican Republic is not conducive to work from home. So I had to cut my trip short. So I decided to cut the trip short by a week, come back home so I could actually continue my interviews. So those interviews are still ongoing, which is great. And I'm glad that I'm here. I'm moving on to the next rounds, which is awesome. But besides doing the interviews, my mind is really focusing on what's to do in 2023. Like, where do I want to go this year? And I have a lot of new places that I want to explore. But before I get into that, let me take the time to just explain to everyone who I am. Just in case, people tend to confuse me for someone else. My name's Kanal. I'm Black Man Travels. I've been part of the travel circuit for quite some time. I've been over to 35 countries. Last year alone, I actually visited 6 countries. So I'm on pace of reaching 50 countries by the next couple of years. So that's my goal. But just talking about that, I want to just take a moment just to highlight my website as far as what I focus on, what this channel focuses on. Because again, right now, there's been a huge backlash towards the passport bros. When people assume when a Black man is traveling, he's traveling for one thing. And I want to make it known to the public and to everyone else that, hey, I'm not a passport bro. Yes, there is a movement. There are a lot of people who are affiliated with passport bros, but I'm not. But I do support their cause. I do support their movement. However, at this point in my life, at my age, I'm better off doing my own thing. I don't know if anyone feels the same way. It's like I feel like I don't need to be affiliated with anybody besides myself. And we need to be careful in how we move and what we do overseas, because if you're just traveling just for the sake of traveling without even caring of these countries' customs and rules and laws and so forth, it could come back and bite you in the ass. So always keep that in mind. But again, I just want to take a time just to highlight, who I am before I get into the 2023 travel plans. Guys, I have some exciting countries that I'm about to hit up. I'm going to share those countries with you guys. And it's open invitation. Open invitation if you guys want to tag along with me this year. However, I'm kind of like an anal person when it comes to travel. I'm very strictly by the books. So we'll go more in greater detail. But first, let me just highlight Black Man Travels. Let me pull up the website. All right, now, can you guys see my website? Please let me know if you can see the website. Yes, I do. I can see it. Well, Black Man Travel focus on 4 pillars. And those 4 pillars focus around digital nomad, which I've been a digital nomad for almost 10 years, health, relationship, and business venture. But of course, traveling. So the reason why I chose to focus on these 4 pillars is that, for one, as a digital nomad, I think this is a great field to be into, line of work where you could actually work from home, but also work from anywhere in the country, but also overseas. As long as you have the security clearance by the company, I always advise guys, make sure you check with HR and check with IT if you have the security clearance to actually work from another country, because for the past couple of years, there've been a lot of security breaches, and it's been mainly due to people working from different unsafe guard locations. So make sure if you decide to work overseas, make sure you have the security clearance to actually do that. Don't try to be slick where you try to get an undisclosed VPN to hide your location, because trust me, they can still find where you are based on your IP address. So always keep that in mind. Health, this is an important topic for me. As you guys know, I've lost a few friends due to health issues, and just recently last year, I kind of experienced my own health scare. And again, I'm transparent about this. There was some potential issues with my prostate, but also it was a potential issue with my colon. Thank God everything's clear. I'm good to go. But this is extremely important, especially as a Black man. Go see the doctor. This is the start of the first year. You're paying for insurance. You might as well start using them. Go see the doctor. Go get your full panel checked, and try to avoid these unpreventive health issues, man. If you can prevent it, please go out and do it, because there's no need for us to go out the door at an early age. Relationship. That's extremely important, for anyone who's seeking relationships overseas or domestic. I created a platform where men could sit down and have that open conversation amongst men. There's no simp calling, beta, all this foolery that you hear across social media. If you want to focus on building a relationship with a woman and you need tips and tricks, or you need, just a barbershop conversation, I created a platform for us to have that conversation. And also business venture. There's a lot of us are starting businesses overseas, within different industries, guys. We could actually talk about those industries. We could actually invite special guest speakers to come in and give you tips and tricks on how to maneuver in those countries and starting a business. So that's the reason why I started. That's the reason why I wanted to focus on those 4 pillars: digital nomad, health, relationship, and business venture. I see a typo. I need to get that fixed on my website. Damn, that's not a good look. Also, too, Black Man Travel has a YouTube page. I do have a Facebook group, Instagram, and I just recently started a TikTok, which is starting to pick up some steam, man. So if you have a TikTok, look me up, Black Man Travels. I'm posting like twice a week, posting new and old content. But again, with TikTok, you can post anything and get views. So it's it's an interesting platform. And another thing, I like to write. I started blogging, and one of the things I talk about is the 4 pillars that I highlighted earlier around digital nomad, health, relationship, and business venture. So again, I have some interesting blogs you guys could check out. Each blog reads about 1 to 2 minutes, so it's nothing long form. It's free to the public, so you just click on it. You have full access to the content, and also have links to like various YouTube videos that I've done that's related to the topic. And experience, guys, as you know, I started during the pandemic. I picked up a new hobby in photography. So thank you, Bacchus, for putting me on. He's my sensei that's been teaching me how to edit and take pictures. So a lot of my travels, I do take pictures, and I do highlight them on the website. So if you get a chance, check out the website. I have a lot of my travel pics on the website. And as I said before, I have the YouTube channel. It has a lot of my videos. Most of the videos are highlights of the trip. I have a lot of content that I still need to upload from Thailand. I have so much content from Thailand that I need to sit down and just knock all of them down so I could upload them to YouTube. But there's so much content. But I have great content coming out soon from Thailand. As you guys know, last year I went to Thailand. I visited 5 cities. I did Bangkok, Chiang Mai, Chiang Rai, Phuket, and Pattaya. So in 2 weeks, I covered 5 cities, and I have a lot of content around that. So if you get the chance, check out my YouTube channel. I'm a small little YouTuber, but again, I appreciate the views, appreciate the likes. Check them out. So with that being said, we could actually start talking about 2023 traveling, man. Definitely, I have some major plans and goals for this year. As I said before, I'm on the road to reaching 50 countries, and one of the things I wanted to do differently is to go to different places I've never been, and I chose 6 countries that I want to visit this year, and which is quite a lot, but not a lot really. I normally travel more than that. Sometimes I go to certain countries more than once, but these new countries that I'm planning to visit will be focusing on just me trying to reach 50 countries. So with that being said, I want to highlight those countries that I'm planning to visit. And again, if you guys want to come on board onto the panel and highlight some of your travel plans, that'd be great. I want this to be very interactive. And let's talk about traveling, guys. This past week, man, just been tiring within social media around passport bros, around black men traveling, black men being criticized for traveling, and black men are saying and doing different things and doing things that they should not be doing in other countries. So I really want to end this week on a positive note. I mean, for the past couple of weeks, it's just been very dreadful on social media, especially around the topic of passport bros. And I think that we need to control our narrative and how we present ourselves, especially what information we share online. So if you are a traveler, if you are a passport bro or blue book gentleman or whatever you want to call yourself, start showing your receipts, but show your receipts in a positive light. Show the country that you're visiting. Your travel doesn't always have to be revolves around women. It's just like, if that's all you have to highlight in your travel, then I mean, you didn't really do anything. I think having a passport is a privilege. It's a privilege that many of us don't have. And even having that passport, having the ability to actually travel to different countries is a privilege. And don't take your passport for granted, guys. I mean, not many of us are doing this. As much as social media want to paint that, everybody's getting their passport, but not really. You can, someone can have their passport, but they may not have the means to actually travel or the time. So don't take your passport for granted, guys. I mean, this is a great opportunity for you to really go out and see the world, enrich yourself, but also grow as a person. I mean, one thing I could say about traveling, and again, traveling is an expense, but it's an expense that I'm willing to spend. I don't go out to expensive restaurants here in Atlanta. I don't have an expensive car note. I don't have I don't have a lot of debt. So a lot of my money is allocated in certain areas, and I do make sure that I allocate a certain amount of funds towards my traveling. And also too, traveling could be very affordable if you plan it the right way. Yes, you don't need to, you don't need to use a travel agent. If you are using a travel agent, I don't know what to call you, because nowadays with Google, just the search engine itself, you can find all the information you need about a particular country. You could book your own flights, book your hotel, book your own excursions. You don't need someone to do that for you. Now, if you got the means and you want to pay for someone and you don't have the time to do it, then go for it. But a lot of us, we're not in that position. I see when people use certain travel agents, they spending way more than what they should, and it doesn't make any sense. So all I'm saying, just be smart about how you travel. You could travel a lot based on how much you research and your planning. Traveling is a process, guys. It's not about just booking a plane ticket and just showing up. It takes more than that. A lot of time and effort goes into your planning, which a lot of guys fail to do. The success of your travel experience it all boils down to your planning and research. If you don't put the time and effort towards your planning and research, then don't expect to have a grand type of trip. If you just want to show up on a certain countries and feel like, everyone's going to cater to you, I wish you luck with that, because it's not going to happen unless you decide to stay at a resort. But I definitely want you guys to take more proactive approach with your traveling plans. Also, too, do not wait on anyone to live your best life. I know a lot of guys are afraid to travel alone. I've been traveling alone for quite a while, and I'm not going to wait for someone. Granted, I'll send out the invitation out. Whoever shows up, shows up. If I'm by myself, so be it. But I'm not going to wait for anyone, man or woman, to live my best life. And also, too, guys, when you travel alone, it brings a certain sense of pride and self-awareness that most people don't have. And you understand, like, you know what? No one can't ruin your day but you. And that's something that I've learned during my solo traveling is that, there's some days that I do feel alone. I mean, it's like, hey, you're sitting by yourself at a restaurant, by yourself. But then there are some days where you actually meet quality people on the flight, at the hotel bar, or at a lounge, or at an excursion event. You meet people. Just break out of your shell and say hello. You'd be amazed when you just simply saying hello to someone. That will open so many doors for you. I met a lot of interesting people during my travels by simply saying hello and introducing myself to them. And by doing that, I have friends all across the world. I mean, can't say friends, but associates. But all I'm saying, guys, don't wait for someone to live your best life. 2023 is about exploring and doing. Live, love, laugh, enjoy yourself, guys. I mean, we're living in the times that anything can happen. And it's just like, what better way to live your life on your terms and just doing the stuff that you want to do. So with that being said, let's highlight my goals, my travel plans and destination for this year. All right, guys, let's talk about it. So 2023 is going to be an interesting year. I'm definitely planning to do some new adventures, planning to do something different. And I'm kind of looking forward to it. Right now, I'm totally in the planning phase where I'm constantly looking at flights, setting up flight alerts, looking at different hotel options, Airbnb options, excursions, and so forth. But I love this process about traveling. As I said before, traveling is a process. I want to have an amazing time in these countries, so I'm putting a lot of time and effort to my planning. So one of the things I want to highlight is that I'm planning to take a trip to. All right, where do I press right? There you go. Yes, I'm going to Guatemala and Belize. I've been into Belize once, but I've been in Belize via cruise ship. So I can't really count that as a full trip. I was only there for 8 hours, but I was able to do a lot in 8 hours when I went to Belize. So I'm actually going to redo the trip, but this time I'm including Guatemala. So I'll be flying out of Atlanta to Guatemala City. We'll spend a couple of days in Guatemala. Then I'll catch another flight to Belize, where I spend 4 days in Belize. So this trip is scheduled for sometime in June or July. That'll be my first trip of the year. And I'm kind of looking forward to it. Guatemala's known for their volcanoes. So one of my goals is to climb up one of the active volcanoes there. And once that's done, because I'm only there for 2 days, catch another flight out and head to Belize. So I'm definitely looking forward to that. And as you can see, is one of the pictures that I'm showing. There's the one of the volcanoes there in Guatemala. Guatemala has tons of volcanoes. And there's a lot of historical architecture there. So again, I figured 2 days in Guatemala City is more than enough that I need to experience. So I'll be flying out to Guatemala first, spend a couple of days, then actually head out to Belize. Belize, this is where I'm actually taking someone with me. This is not a guy's trip. So my goal is to just go, treat it as a vacation, relax and enjoy, do some excursions, and just, just take it easy. This is not an adventure trip. So Belize is going to be more like a relaxed trip. But I am planning to check out some of the pyramids, but also check out one of the islands as well. I'm a huge fan of Passport Heavy. I'm not sure if you guys are aware of this guy, this YouTuber. He's one of the few guys that I actually follow in regards to traveling. And one of the things that I'm focusing on, I've been watching a lot of his content, and he's been doing a lot of content around Belize. So I got a lot of great ideas, places to go when I hit Belize. So I'm looking forward to that. And right now, plane flights between Atlanta to Belize to Guatemala is super affordable, of course, on Spirit and Frontier Airlines. But hey, it is what it is. But this is a vacation trip. Vacation trip. Now, some of you guys never heard the term of vacation. Vacation is basically you taking a bay on a vacation. So you merge both of them together. It's called vacations. And again, some trips are not meant to be a guy's trip, guys. I mean, I understand you guys want to turn up with the fellas, do y'all thing, but some trips, man, you got to take a lady with you and enjoy it and take it easy. So this is one of the trips. We're going to hit up Guatemala first. Then from Guatemala, we're going to head out to Belize. And this is going to be like about a 10-day trip. So I'm looking forward to that and see what happens, man. So good stuff. QB passport flexing, vacation. Oh man, you weak. Yeah. Hey, in these streets, man, what they call simp and beta, man. Look, all these new age terms, manosphere terms, whatever. Hey, y'all can call me whatever you want. I'm living. I'm working hard, taking care of business, and I'm going to enjoy myself. I don't care what y'all call me. Is what it is, man. Is what it is. Now, okay, all right. You came back. Vacations are the best. Yes, sir. Again, guys, if you have not tried a vacation, I only recommend that you take a girl that you have an interest in, and you kind of have some type of relations with. I wouldn't recommend you take someone that you're not, involved, because the last thing you want to do is go on a trip and you don't get none. But yeah, man, I'm looking forward to this trip as a vacation, Guatemala, Belize, sometime June and July. I'm still trying to figure out the plane dates, the flight dates, but it's gonna happen, man. So definitely looking forward to that. Now, after this trip, I'll be taking a hiatus from traveling until November of this year, and this is where I will go to, drumroll, East Africa. Yes, this is the big trip for me. This trip was supposed to be done back in 2020. Of course, the pandemic happened, and everything was kind of like, squashed. So I had to literally just delay this trip. But now I have the green light to take this trip. Each country is clear, and now I'm just doing my research, planning. I'm trying to figure out what vaccination shots that I need. Of course, I do have the yellow fever shot, which I took in Colombia. Guys, if you're thinking about getting any type of vaccination shot, go to Brazil or Colombia and get those shots. They're super inexpensive. If you get those shots in the States, you're going to pay about $500 to $600, depending on if your insurance covered or not. But I saved, when I got the yellow fever shot in Colombia, I only paid like $10. And I did it in Bogota. And also, too, you could actually get vaccination shots in Brazil as well, depending on what shot that is required by that country in Africa. But as of right now, I think it's only the yellow fever shot, which I already have. And the yellow fever shot lasts for 10 years. So I'm kind of good to go. But we'll see. Again, I'm doing my research. Now, one of the first countries I'm actually interested in going first is Rwanda. Yes, Rwanda. I've always been fascinated about the country since I knew about the genocide that happened back in, was it 1993 or something? Back in the 90s, early 90s, late 90s. I'm still doing my research. But I've always been curious about that place. I don't hear too many people about it. Recently, Passport Heavy just did a video on Rwanda, and I really loved his videos. I mean, what he was highlighting and things to go and see. and it's a very modernized city. Of course, when you think of Africa, people think of the struggling kids. Everyone lives in huts and so forth, but Africa's far from that. And I want to show what Africa looks like. My first trip to Africa was South Africa back in 2018, and I had an amazing time. In 2018, I went to Johannesburg and Cape Town, and up to the Thailand trip, South Africa was my number one country, but now it's number two. Thailand's number one. But yeah, definitely my first country in East Africa will be Rwanda. Oh, by the way, guys, this trip that I'm taking to East Africa is one big trip. So I'm taking a month off. Like, I'm not utilizing any of my PTO until the end of the year. And I want to take like a 3 to 4 week trip where I literally cover those countries in East Africa. So this is not going to be a trip where I just get on a plane, go one country, come back home. No, I'm literally catching one-way flight to Rwanda. Then after Rwanda, I'm moving on to the next country. And that next country is Uganda. Yes, Uganda. I don't know. It's just something about Uganda and the fact that they're neighbors. The flights between Rwanda and Uganda are affordable. I figure, hey, if I'm in that area, why not just stop by and check out the country? And also, too, I've always been a big fan of O'Shea Duke Jackson, who's another YouTuber based out of Uganda. So I've always been curious about going there. So I'll be definitely doing a pit stop in Uganda. And also, too, the reason why I'm going to Uganda, I have a huge love for silverbacks. Besides elephants, I love silverbacks. I love what they stand for. I love the makeup and build of a silverback. I've been called a silverback, but that's the reason I want to go. I want to go do one of those gorilla safari tours where I could actually see them in their live habitat. My trip in Thailand, when I went to Tiger Kingdom and the Elephant Sanctuary, that experience was so amazing that I really want to do more of those. So I'm gonna pay for it, man. I'm gonna pay for it to do a excursion to see the gorillas living in their own habitat, and hopefully I don't get attacked. Come back home safe. So yeah, after Rwanda, I'll be hitting up Uganda. That's the next country. Then after Uganda, I got to go down the country, and as you guys see, the next country would be Kenya. Guys, these countries so close to each other, is like it just makes sense for me to continue to go to each country. I'm trying to average about 4 to 5 days in each country. That's all I need. I don't need to spend 2 weeks in one country. I like to move around and get a taste and feel for each of those countries. And if I like one more than the other, I can always come back. So this is called a gunner trip. This is where a shotgun trip where I basically hit and move, hit and move, hit and move, hit and move. So after Rwanda, Uganda, we'll head down to Kenya. And Kenya, I will actually do 2 cities, Nairobi and Mombasa. And during my research, I found out I could actually catch the bullet train from Nairobi to Mombasa. I think it's about a 6-hour train ride. This is a brand new train line, which the Chinese have built in Kenya. So again, I'm definitely looking forward to seeing the Indian Ocean. So I'll be hitting up Nairobi for a few days, and I'll catch the train down to Mombasa, which is right here on the coast, and experience the beautiful beaches of Kenya. And of course, while I'm there, I got to see these guys. I've always seen these guys on Instagram and National Geographic. So I got to figure I could jump with these guys, do one picture with a jump with them, and have a good time, man. So definitely hitting up Mombasa and Nairobi in Kenya. So that's gonna be super exciting. Can't wait, man. Now after Kenya, I have one more place. Can you guys guess what that last place would be? Can you guys tell me what is that last place is gonna be after Kenya? I'm going to Rwanda, Uganda, Kenya. What's the last place? Take a wild guess. All right. That will be Tanzania. Yes, I'll be going to Tanzania, and I'm going to Tanzania for one thing: Zanzibar. Zanzibar. That's the only reason I want to go. I want to go and see this place for myself, man. I've seen so many videos. I've seen a lot of drone footage around these islands, the crystal clear water, the white sand, the fishes. I have to see this myself, man. So I figured, you know what? I just need 3 days, man. 3 days in Zanzibar. Fly into Dar es Salaam, then catch a charter plane or a boat to Zanzibar, and I'm good. I want experiences. I want to fly out the drone and experience it, man. So East Africa is gonna be interesting. It's gonna be 4 countries. As I said before, it's gonna be Rwanda, Uganda, Kenya, and Tanzania. So all in total in 2023, I'll be visiting 6 new countries. And again, yes, it's going to cost, but like I said before, I'm actually allocating funds in certain areas to cover this expense. And again, this is something that I'm willing to sacrifice, not indulging myself here in the States and just, putting off certain activities just to do this big massive trip and later this year in November and December. So I'm looking forward to it, man. And just wanted to share that with you guys. I will be doing a series of videos highlighting the planning process, like what Airbnbs that I'm looking at, what hotels that I'm booking, what flight deals that I'm purchasing. So I'll be keeping you guys in the know as far as what I'm doing and how you can actually do the same. I figured, let me bring you guys along the process so you guys can see how I plan my trips out, how I actually look for tour guides and so forth. And just want to bring you guys along and share the experience. But also too, I want to host my first vlog while I'm out there. So I definitely want to do a daily vlog video highlighting my travel adventures with you guys. And again, just share my experiences and hopefully encourage other guys to do the same. So that's my 2023 travel plans and destination. Curious to know what you guys' plans are for this year. I know a lot of you guys have plans already. Some of you guys are already traveling. So I'm dropping the line for you guys to join the live stream, and let's talk about it, man. Let's talk about some positive stuff, man. All this week has just been nothing but negativity all over the web and news. Let's bring some positive energy to this movement, man, and show everybody that we're not about that. So I just dropped you guys the line. Jump online, speak. Let me know what the places you're going to and how you're planning for your trips. That'll be awesome. Yeah, so it's gonna be interesting. It's gonna be great, man. Right now I'm just looking at flights, constantly looking at flights. One trick, guys, that I do is I set up Google flight alerts for certain flight destinations, so that way I know when it's the best time to purchase the ticket. Now, granted, I won't be using Spirit or Frontier Airlines to go to East Africa, so I'm looking for deals. But also, I learned a hard lesson last year not to do more than 2 stops. So my goal is to do a one-stop flight. If I have to pay a little bit more, so be it. I cannot do two stop flights again. That was one of the worst torturing flight experience ever. And also, I will pay extra for a bigger seat. Sometimes when we try to be too cheap, it tend to bite us in the ass sometimes. Yeah, man. So, Buck Travel, what's up, man? Any plans for your travel plans? Roland, do you have any travel plans for this year? QB Passport. You guys have any travel plans for this year? Yeah, so so this is gonna be interesting, man. Like looking at this, like seeing Rwanda, Uganda, Kenya, and Tanzania, they're all right here. I already started looking at the visa process. There is it's the East African visa, which covers Uganda, Kenya, and Tanzania. I'm not sure if it covers Rwanda, but when I did that research, that was back in 2019. So maybe something, has changed. But when I start looking at the visa requirements, I'll be checking to make sure that Rwanda is included with the East African visa which covers you for 90 days, and it covers 3 countries: Uganda, Kenya, Tanzania. So again, just more research on my end and figure out what's going to happen. But I'm definitely looking forward to it. It's going to be interesting. As of right now, I am traveling solo, but if any guys are interested, that want to tag along, you're more than welcome to tag along. Or if you want to meet in one particular country, I'm fine with that as well. Again, my goal is to reach 50 countries, God willing. And I want to do that, and it's like I'm kind of done doing the typical, the big 4s, the big 3s, and I want to explore some options, man. So I'm looking forward to that. Okay. Buck Travel, I'll be either in Kenya or Ethiopia middle of this year. Awesome, man. So let me ask you this, Buck Travel, which one do you feel that you more than likely will go based on your research? Kenya or Ethiopia? Or have you been in these countries before? Keymaker, I'll be in Kenya next week, and then 2 weeks later I'll be in Rio. All right, cool, man. So you're gonna be there for the start of the carnival? I think isn't the carnival starts February, the first week of February? That'll be great if you are, man. I never been to the carnival. Maybe someday I'll probably go, but I don't know. Right now, I'm just not in a rush to actually do the carnival. I'm not a big crowd person, man. I'll probably get agitated more than anything if I go there. Oh, DTV. Oh, thanks, man. I appreciate that, man. Like I said, man, this channel doesn't focus on, some of the topics that you're currently hearing and seeing all over social media. So I'm all about traveling. I'm all about real discussions. As I said before, Black Man Child's focus on 4 pillars. Those 4 pillars are digital nomad, health, relationship, and business while traveling. So if you are into that, those 4 topics, this is the place to be. If you're looking for something more foolishness, there are so many other channels that you could go to and have those 6-hour, 10-hour conversations around the same topic. I'm not doing that. Hey, what's up, Roland?
Hey, what's going on, fellas? How you doing, Camille?
I'm doing fine, man. Okay, I can hear you loud and clear now. I was hearing some feedback on your end.
Yeah, I made sure I muted everything.
All right, cool. Let me read this one comment from Bert. Bert Ross, I'll be in Rio, Brazil Carnival next month, Qatar in April, and Phuket, Thailand in April. Oh, wow, man. So you're doing both in April. It's amazing, man.
Man, hey, Bert be getting down. Bert be traveling.
You know what? I was gonna say that I'm gonna highlight Bert a little bit, man. Bert is he's one of these guys that he just moves under the radar. You don't know where he's at. And the thing is, he's a traveler, man. He's a guy that he let his actions speak for itself. You have so many guys out here talking about I'm doing this, I'm doing that, and they really not showing receipts. But Bert is always on the move, guys. I mean, I tell Bert he should start a YouTube channel. I mean, the places he goes and the intel that he shares in these groups, especially with me personally, is amazing, guys. This is one of the guys you want to keep an eye on. He moves silently. He could be a damn freaking assassin. You don't even know where he's gonna be at, man. It's
might work for the CIA for all I know.
Facts. That's Bert, man. But hey, Bert, I respect how you move, brother. And like always, safe travels, enjoy, and like I said, man, move properly, man. Hey, so Roland, man, what's going on, man?
Not much. I just got back, but for my first series, which is traveling on training wheels.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm going to be going to Costa Rica here either February. I'm trying to make it for Valentine's Day. If not, then it'll be early March.
Okay. Now, do you have any other places in mind for the rest of the year?
I was just talking to QB about Ecuador because that was on my list too, and I might even consider jumping from Costa Rica right to Ecuador.
Okay, I've been to Ecuador. I've been to Guayaquil and Montenetti.
Okay.
Yeah, so if you need any intel, definitely hit me up. But I know QB just got back from Ecuador, so he has some more great information to share with you as well.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna look at a couple videos QB put up and look at a couple of yours because I think I did see something on you being in Ecuador. So
Yeah, yeah,
I'm gonna take
yeah.
a look at that as well. But yeah, Costa Rica is definitely the first thing on my list. Then I have a couple other countries I'm contemplating, but I'm gonna do another cruise. I'm gonna do Virgin Voyagers, which is an all-adult cruise. So
How
it's
would
supposed to
I
be
never
a
been?
lot
I never been to
more.
one of those. There's
Yeah,
be some wild kinky things been popping off in those cruises, like the
I mean,
adult
any
only.
ship, any ship that could be what they call pineapples. They actually have upside down pineapples on the doors that say they're swingers.
Wait,
So
wait, wait, wait,
anything
wait, wait, wait,
along,
wait, 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 wait,
yeah,
hold
brother.
up. Hey, wait, hold. I'm learning something brand new. Upside down. What? I'm like, hey, upside down pineapple. Can you explain to us what this upside down pineapple is, man?
It basically means that the couple or individual in that room is open for adventure sexually with other people on the ship. Let's put it that way.
Wow, upside down pineapple.
Upside down pineapple. That's what that means on any ship. But see, Virgin
Wow.
Voyage, these are on like ships that have kids on it and everything else. I'd rather keep the kids away. I'm 55. My girl's like in her 30s. We ain't trying to deal with no kids. So that's why Virgin Voyage to us is going to be a little bit better, because we ain't got to deal with the kids. You can be a little more freer with the way you're dressing around the pool, things like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah.
And then their parties are supposed to be over the top, but the food is supposedly all top notch.
When I was married, my wife and I and the kids, we did a cruise every year, and it was more like Royal Caribbean, Carnival, Norwegian Cruise Line type, but it was never adult only. And I always been curious about those adult only cruises, so good to know.
Yeah, so I'm gonna do that, and then I'm gonna close out the year with possibly another trip like I did last December. So I'm looking at maybe 3 to 4 trips this year.
Okay.
Aside for a move to Texas.
Yeah, I'll be doing a lot of local trips. Like I have to fly down a lot to Miami to see my mom. But besides that, I don't foresee any other travels besides the ones that I highlighted in the PowerPoint. So
well, that African trip is damn, you might as well call that safari, man, because you going to at least 5-6 countries while you're there.
No, 4 countries. So I'll be starting off flying into Rwanda first. Then from Rwanda, go up to Uganda, then across to Kenya, then down Tanzania, then come back home.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So because those 4 countries are easier to get into, and it's based on what I've seen. I don't want to go to South Sudan. It's the issue with the North and South Sudan issue. Ethiopia, never cared to go there. Somalia, I ain't trying to get kidnapped by pirates. So I mean, Seychelles would be nice, but I don't want to go there solo. I think that's the place you take a shorty with you. Like, this is a place you take your bae, your honey.
Man, I take my lady with me anytime I can, because really I've traveled so much, and so have you.
Yeah,
I really look at the plans that I make, the trips that we go on. I look at her face and her excitement. I live through that.
Oh, same here. That's why.
Yeah, to take somebody that hasn't experienced anything like that and actually live through their joy and their excitement of experiencing it for the first time, man, I live for that.
I would love to take someone with me to East Africa. However, because I'm constantly moving around,
right?
I don't got time for you to pack a suitcase and you got to change 3-5 clothes. It's like, every 4 days we're moving around, so it's not conducive for that person unless she's down for that. But majority of the time,
unless she's down for that, yeah, you gotta find.
Yeah, but majority of the time they want to do the chill, take some Instagram pics at the beach, drink some, have some good drinks, and get piped down a little bit. That's all they want, man. But for me, like, this trip is more of a adventure trip. It's like, hey, backpack.
I needed a vacation from my vacation, because we were in the club every night. That's the nice thing about being on a ship. It's like a little city. So
yeah,
basically close the club down every night, get back up, go to an excursion, come back, eat, party again, go to sleep, get back up, go to an excursion. It was just like that. And then I stayed in NOLA for 5 days and did the same goddamn thing.
Yeah. I was in DR, and Buck Travel, I'm gonna add you on next, man. I was in DR for about 4 weeks, and literally, guys, I was drinking rum for breakfast. Like I gained about 15 pounds. I had to call my coach today. It's like, hey, coach, and I know I start Monday, but you're not gonna like what you see. And it was just
He
I
said I'm
literally.
testing up early.
Hey man, hey, it's better let them know than because I know what's to come. So I'm enjoying my last bottle of wine today because I know what's to come starting tomorrow. It's hell. So but like literally every day I'm going through a bottle of rum.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean and I'm drinking a bottle throughout the entire day. It's just like I'm just chilling on the beach, coconut rum.
Oh yeah,
And
coconut rum and
yeah,
lemon.
and pineapple juice, man. I do coconut rum and pineapple juice. I'm not doing the hard liquor. I'm doing like the little fruity drinks. I'm a fruity drinker guy. That's one thing, guys. You know, you may see me. I'm a big black man. I'm a fruity drink type of guy, man. I like sweet drinks. I don't do no Hennessy, no. I don't do that hardcore stuff, man.
Hey,
I'm more of
unless I'm
the.
planning on being a bedroom bully that night. Yeah, I keep it kind of loose, you know.
No,
give me some gin and juice and some Henny or some tequila,
gin. Oh my God,
and I
gin.
get ornery in the bedroom. So
My thing is, anyone who drinks gin is like a special type of person.
Bro, that's old school.
Man, that stuff just burns your chest, man.
Gin and juice back in the day, you used to call naughty head. Fuck a blue pill. Drink some gin and juice and see if you don't go to town on your girl. Your shit is numb. You don't feel that shit.
Man, look, I stick to my coconut rum. Get my coconut rum with some pineapple, with a splash of pineapple juice. I'm good, man. And I was drinking this stuff every single day for 4 weeks, almost 4 weeks.
I can imagine. Yeah.
And I'm like eating like left and right. I'm constantly eating. Because you're on the beach in the sun, chilling. You get hungry I don't know, I stayed hungry. Maybe because I was drinking all day
on the beach and not doing any activities. You were just kind of lounging. But that's cool, man. Every once in a while, man, in your life, you got to take a break. I'm an advocate for that. Big time.
Yeah.
You know, people stress themselves out with trying to get to the next level. And what they use the word is called grinding.
Grinding, yeah.
I pay attention to words. You know, grinding means to wear down. I'm sorry. There's nothing in life I'm trying to strive for where I need to wear my fucking self out to get there.
You know what? I'm trying my best to stop saying that word too. I'm not gonna lie. I was super excited to come back home when that plane landed in Atlanta. I was like, man, I'm back home, and I felt so energized, motivated to conquer the world, man. And but at the same time, you know, my girl was a little disappointed because I cut the trip short. I was like, hey, babe, I gotta go, man. I'm tired. I'm not doing anything here. It's like you see me more than 3 weeks. I gotta go. But the good thing is her and I will be taking that trip to Guatemala and Belize. So that's gonna be for her 30th birthday, man. So
that's awesome.
Yeah, it's gonna be nice, man. And we're thinking about doing that spot in Jamaica. What's his name? Hedonism.
Oh, I've heard about that. Yes.
Yeah, man. Yeah, we're thinking about.
When is that going on?
No. It's just a hotel resort, like a nude hotel resort.
It was a time frame because they have some kind of pageant or something that goes on down there too.
Yeah. It's a certain time of the year they have the Mocha Fest or other fest that happens. Mm-hmm. But her and I, we've been curious about checking out like a nudist colony or whatever.
Yeah, my girl wants to do that too, and she said Jamaica too. So
yeah,
let me know when y'all going, man. I might have to arrange the trip around that same time. So you want to go to Jamaica?
And you know what? I'm not opposed to doing that. I always tell like, hey, I try it once, see how it is.
Yeah,
I mean, but I guess she understands like, hey, I want to like try different things. So I kind of like that. She's always open to try different things. So. And she doesn't have a problem with me traveling, bro. It's like she understands, like, this is my passion, this is my therapy.
Really, so she can't really, talk too much about that because, I mean, you met her while you were traveling.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, guys. So, guys, if you're thinking about exploring a relationship, make sure the girl understands that this is your passion. If she has an issue with you traveling, that's gonna be a big problem, man. And the last thing you want to do,
travel with you.
Yeah. And the last thing you want to do is be with someone that you got to lie where you going. You telling your wife that you're going golfing in Florida, but your ass in DR. That happens a lot. And I don't want that type of relationship. I want a relationship like, hey, babe, I need that. I need to get out. You taken care of, the kids taken care of. I need to do me right now.
Right.
So, with that being said, Buck Travel, man, what's going on, man?
Hey, what's going on, guys? How you guys doing today?
Nothing, man. I feel good, man. I'm back home, back in the U.S. soil. And one thing is, man, as much as we complain about the U.S., we got it good here, guys. I mean, I can't speak for everybody else, but when you see what poverty looks like in other countries, when you see when the power grid just goes off on you, you have no control of that. Those certain food items is not there because they ran out. It makes you realize, like, man, living in the States sometimes is not as bad as everyone try to paint it to be. But I mean, granted, it could be better. But once you start traveling to other countries and see what poverty really looks like and what rights really look like, a lot of countries you don't have rights. You think you have rights, but you really don't. So, and maybe it's just me, but I'm from Haiti. I'm blessed to be here. I went to an area called Monte Cristi, right near the border of Haiti. Dude, man, I spoke to a few Haitian people while in DR. Haiti's fucked up, man. It's just the stories that I was hearing. It was just like, wow. And I'm glad, my mother left the country back in 1978, where she was able to raise all her kids here in the U.S. soil. All of her kids are college educated and doing well for themselves. If I would have been stuck in Haiti, who knows? I'd probably be trying to get into DR right now. So I count my blessings, man, and that's why I said, earlier, having a passport is a privilege. You being able to travel is a privilege. Don't take it for granted, man, because you don't want your rights to be taken away from you. You're doing something stupid.
Exactly.
Buck Travel, go for it, man. What are your plans for this year, man?
With a business trip,
A business trip?
Yeah.
You know what? Well, I mean, because I travel a lot for work as well. I don't count those. Okay. I mean, yes, you can still get it in. I mean, again, you can still still get it in, but it's just it's different.
You be working, but it's like you gotta take the time off when I'm over there. It's like
I'll do that.
Also I save up my time for the trip that's put up in the middle of the year. So yeah, I think I'll be headed to Kenya. The reason why I chose Kenya over Ethiopia because Ethiopia is kind of landlocked. It's not as aesthetic as I always want to be around the beach, and it's like Kenya is like I've been there before, and like back in 2015. And if you ever been in
hey, Buck Travel, you going in and out. Can you get closer to the phone, or is it using the headpiece or something? The earpiece?
Yeah, I'm using the earpiece. Yeah, it's beautiful out there, man. I've been there twice, and I'm planning to go back again. Yeah, man, it's really beautiful out there, man. So, yeah, man. I'm also not a passport, bro. It's like when I travel for the food, for the culture, for the events, for the hospitality. Yeah, the women is the icing on the cake. That's not what I'm focused on. That's what separates me from a lot of these passport bros. But getting back to the topic, I think I might be hitting one or two countries this year for personal reasons. So if you're counting the business trip, probably that number's go up. But I definitely agree with your statement that you have it good out here. I just got back to the road, and one thing I observed is that in the United States, there's a lot of oneness.
You're breaking up again, Buck Travel. For some reason you're going in and out. You're saying a lot of great things. I can hear you, but it's in and out. I'm not sure you have a poor connection somewhere, or I think your audio. Yeah, I think we lost you there. But anyways, man, like personally, I travel a lot for work as well, but it's mainly domestic. Yeah, it could be you could count those if you actually take an additional days off. What I like to do when I take a business trip is try to see if I can squeeze it on the weekend where, if the meetings are on a Thursday and I'm forced to fly out on Friday, I'll stay a couple more days to treat it as a 4-day week where I could just experience that city. And I used to do that a lot when I used to travel domestically, but now working remotely, I don't do a lot of traveling for work anymore. But when I do travel, I do take time off. I don't want to work when I'm traveling. If I'm out of the country, I'm not working. I'm gonna go out and enjoy myself. Hey, Roland, do you do the same thing? Do you actually travel while overseas? Do you work while overseas?
I mean, I was in the insurance game, and I only have to work 3 months out of the year. So,
oh wow, okay.
Now that I'm semi-retired, only thing I talk about really is financial retirement planning, stuff like that. Annuities. So I don't really do the insurance where I'm in 3 months of sales process, which you're grinding, literally. 10 appointments a day to close business just so you can get paid off those contracts for 12 months. This way I can relax and I can do business over a phone, or over a laptop casually when I need to. Other than that, I'm just looking at, trips, relaxation, and I'm on the coasting side of my life.
And hey guys, Roland does have a TikTok. If you are on TikTok, make sure you follow him. He has some interesting videos, man. And you living that life, bro. You definitely living that life. As soon to be expat, soon to be retiree. That's where I want to be, man. And God willing, I hope I reach that age and I'll be able to do that. And
I mean, even the goal with what I'm doing now is, I'm traveling, looking at different places that do manufacturing. I might wind up getting some manufacturing done from a third world country and then having to import it into the system through Amazon affiliations and different things like that. So I'm always looking at working smarter, not harder, and residual incomes and access to those type of things. Like my girl wants to do a clothing line. Well, while we're in Thailand, we'll look at some clothing manufacturers that make clothes for dirt cheap, and we'll send the designs there to have them made, and then we'll put them into the system to sell.
Yeah. What I'm planning to do is I'm actually in the process of creating some ebooks.
Right.
And guys, you don't have to pay for these consultation fees. If you want, I'm going to create these ebooks. I'm creating an ebook on Dominican Republic, Colombia, and Brazil, and Thailand as well. And with this ebook, it'll have all the information you need. And what I'm planning to do is it'll be an ebook where I can actually update it as I go. So if anything changes, you'll have real-time content around those countries, so you have the most updated information. My background is digital marketing. I've been doing this for other companies, so I figured, hey, why not do it for myself and create these ebooks where I could just, probably, charge $1 for the ebook. I need some type of compensation, but that ebook is gonna be fully updated. Where, again, I can update the ebook in real time, and you have full access to it. So tell you the do's and don'ts of these countries, where to go, where not to go.
Oh, you're gonna put a lot of people out of business doing that, man. You don't want to do that.
Hey, man, look,
they're gonna come hunting for you. They're gonna put a contract on you.
I already been called a hater. I've been called a hater several times in the past couple of weeks. I'm just at a point now, man. Listen, I don't give a fuck, man. It's just I'm just tired of people being misled. And when the OG set me down and taught me the game, it was free information. And all they wanted me to do is live the life that they were living, to see the world.
Exactly. And that's a lot of the military guys. We're the same way,
Yeah.
Being that we traveled all over the world, we always encourage people, you need to go out and see the rest of the world and understand the advantages that you do have here and some of the things that you could probably avoid by going somewhere else.
Yeah.
So we've always been advocates, I know, for a lot of military guys. We give the information away for free anyway.
Mm-hmm.
These are the things you need to look out for. This is what you should do. If you're going with a buddy, make sure y'all stay in contact with each other. I mean, it was so tight. Even in the Marine Corps, man, we had a buddy system.
Yeah.
If your homeboy had a chick and you didn't, guess what? I don't give a fuck. You're sitting in a hotel room right next to him.
And that's the thing. Is like, again, I know black men, we don't like to read, but we need to start reading, because some of the great information that you don't know are in the books. Um, yes, you can use YouTube, but YouTube doesn't give you all the real detailed information you need to know. So that's why I'm creating these ebooks. It'll probably be a 2-page ebook, nothing more than that. But I'll make it fully detailed, front and back. Whereas, like, okay, this is all you need to know about Thailand. If you're going to Pattaya, Phuket, Chiang Mai, Bangkok, if you're going to DR, these are the cities that you want to hit up. If it's your first time in Dominican Republic, these are the cities that I recommend that I've been to, and these are the places that you should go. Things to avoid. I figure, you know what? This is the best time to do it this year. Create these ebooks and post it on my website, man. If you guys want it, they'll have real up-to-date information. Again, this is going to be some type of online PDF file where it's fully updated. So whenever I get new content, new update information from other travelers, I could actually add that onto the kid. Yeah, so I got
Hey man, he's interested in that map.
Yeah, man. I actually put that up today, man. So I was like, hey, you know what? I need a background, man. So I was able to.
Right.
My boy gave me this. He's like, hey, put this in your back, like as your back cover. So I started doing that, and I like it, man. I love it. I think what I'm gonna do too, I'm gonna put a mark of all the places I've been.
Yeah, that's the mode, man. I mean, I like the background. It goes hand in, just goes hand in hand with what you're doing.
Yeah. So that's the plan, man. I want to share the knowledge. I'm not trying to capitalize on you guys, on your ignorance. And this is what you need to know. Brazil, same thing. I've been in Brazil several times and plus I got foot in the ground. If guys go there, I always tell me, hey, what's the latest information? What's the latest places I need to know? And once I get that information, I can put it into the ebook. So you guys have real-time update information about where to go and places to check out. The same thing with, when I go to East Africa, if you guys want to go to Rwanda, because I never seen any guys go to Rwanda. Yo, this is where you need to check out. This is where you need to go to meet, the bad girls.
I'm curious about Rwanda, man. You're gonna have to definitely let us know how that trip goes, man.
Yeah,
there's so
definitely.
much history there between the genocide,
mm-hmm.
and all that. So that's always been a shaky place for me to want to even think about. Now, Ghana, I would go to Ghana because they're damn near giving passports away to Ghana.
Well, let me tell you this right now. Rwanda is one of the leading edge countries in Africa, outside of South Africa. Rwanda has transformed way beyond, what people can measure. It's just, again, it's that perception that we have. Right. And that's the thing about Africa. We have certain perception about certain countries in Africa.
True.
But until I went to South Africa and I saw South Africa for what it was, I was like, man, I was lied to. I was amazed. The luxury, the influence, the beauty, the culture, the richness of South Africa, man. I'm like, wow, we've been lied to. I seen Maseratis, Range Rovers, Ferraris.
The only thing I'm worried about is the political system. There's
no political issues right now in Rwanda. That's the thing. That's why I always tell guys, do your research. Don't rely on someone else to tell you what's going on in a certain country. It doesn't take much for you to sit your ass down and just read or just Google it. Like I use Google News on a lot of countries. So if I'm going to Colombia, I go to Google News. What's the latest news that's going on in Colombia? And if I'm going to a particular city, let's say Barranquilla, or I'm going to Cali, I go Google News. I want to know what's going on. I look at the political and social climate of these countries. Now, if I feel like, this, political unrest, there's some issues that's going, then no, I'm not going to go. I don't care how bad the chick look. But, some guys don't care. They just go. I don't get that.
I'm a chancer for the trim.
But I'm very thorough, man. And I want guys to be the same way. As you start planning for your travels, I want you guys to come back home safe. So don't just go because the girls look bad on Instagram. That's just a small segment. And I think a lot of people have a false perception of what a lot of these women look in these countries. Like when people think of Rio, they think everyone look like that Rio type. But dude, you will see some fat sloppy chicks too. This is what it is. You're going to see some average looking women as well. But again, we have this perception that we expect everyone to look a certain way based on what we see on YouTube or social media or whatever platform that you're using. But until you start doing your own research, you start realizing, okay, yeah, these are everyday people with everyday problems. The so-called political unrest that you hear about, majority of the time is propaganda. Um, so it's just like, do your research, man. And then, again, if you know someone out there, reach out to them, ask them questions. How's it going? Like, one thing that I'm doing, Roland, because now that I've chosen those 4 countries in East Africa, I'm joining those groups, like Facebook groups on Uganda, Facebook groups on Kenya, Tanzania, Rwanda. And that's a good way to get, a general idea of what's going on in those countries by joining those Facebook groups. A lot of people don't think about that. So I could see, I could ask a question as an American, like, hey, what's the best place should I go if I'm coming to, Rwanda? They'll tell you. And a lot of people be more than happy, like, hey, yeah, man, if you want to meet up, we'll show you around, whatever. And it's like, of course, you got to be cautious. But, majority of the time, East Africa, they ain't trying to, like, drug you and rob you like other places. But, I mean, the way I see it, man, look, doing your research, planning is key. Because, like, if you go to Colombia right now, you see what's going on in Medellin. You see what's going on in Cartagena. But a lot of guys don't know. So they go find a good time, bring them back. They're drugged. They didn't take the time to research and figure out what's going on. What's the latest issues? And that gets a lot of people. That's what I noticed. I mean, do you agree or you disagree, Roland?
No, I agree. Everything you just said, I agree with it. You definitely got to do your research.
Yeah.
I just saw that.
Hey, new mixtape. Are you gonna beat up Peso in Uganda? No, man. Nah. If anything, honestly, if he wanted to meet up, I'll meet up with him. I'm curious. I wouldn't mind meeting up with him. I wouldn't mind meeting up with O'Shea. I doubt that I'll meet them because Uganda is so massive. Like, it's interesting when you think of Africa, man. They make those countries small, but they don't, like, these countries are huge. And the cities are huge. So the chances of me running to one of them guys, unless I purposely plan and reach out to them, which I'm not going to do. If I bump into him, I bump into him. I would have offered him a drink, like, hey, let's sit down and talk. Because I want to know why, like, his interest and reasoning and why he's doing this. But everybody has their own agenda. So I can't question it. Oh, this is a question for you. Cigar Mix. Roland, in the case that you do not visit Germany due to their past history, come on, bro. Countries move on.
Yeah, I don't disagree with you. Countries do move on, but I'm looking at, different regions in Africa that have maintained and destabilized governments because of the fact that other countries are stealing their wealth. That's what I'm talking about. I'm not necessarily talking about any history as far as the genocide that was going on in Rwanda. I'm talking about destabilized countries because European nations are stealing their wealth. If all African countries were to shut down the wealth that they give out to all these other countries, Africa would truly be Wakanda. All precious metals for gold. All precious metals for any kind of computer system.
Computers, cell phones, yeah.
All that comes from Africa. China's down in there. You got all these different foreign nations down there destabilizing the region for greed of the higher people in the politician area that, you got extreme poor to wealth.
One thing, guys, we should always take in consideration, when you speak to Europeans, they're traveling to Africa. When I flew to South Africa, do you know I was the only black person on that plane? There was nothing but Europeans on that plane. But again, our perception.
Like, what the hell?
Yeah, but the thing is, our perception, when we think of Africa, the continent, we think Africa as a country, not a continent. A lot of people don't know that Africa has 54 countries within that continent. So it's like that perception that we have growing up in the 80s and 90s about, feeding the children and so forth. We still have that mindset, even now when we, if you want to insult, an African, you call them a certain word. And it's just like, because based on the image that we saw as kids or on social or on media, but they don't show, like, a lot of these countries are extremely progressive. And you have a lot of Europeans and a lot of Middle Eastern people traveling to Africa. That's why I chose Tanzania, Rwanda, Uganda, Kenya. Those countries are actually growing and very promising. Like, they're doing extremely well compared to West Africa. So it's just like, I think sometimes, again, do your research, find out the truth, what's going on in these countries. And again, I follow a guy named Passport Heavy. He's been to those countries and he's showing the beauty, the richness of these countries. I'm like, what? I gotta go there.
Yeah, Passport Heavy is definitely on my list of people I follow. You know, he has high production value. He gives good quality information out. You know, so he is definitely somebody you guys want to follow.
Cigar Music. I was the only black person on the airplane to Tanzania. See, I was surprised. Europeans loving traveling to Africa. Bingo, dude. I was blown away by the number of Chinese folks that I saw in South Africa. When I landed in Johannesburg, I would say at least 40% of the people there were Chinese flying in with their families, kids, wives. But again, our perception comes from the US. Oh, they're struggling. The economy's not doing well. They're rioting. They're killing each other. Man, it's just interesting how, like, certain parts of the world are going to more places than others. But we as Americans were taught to just strictly focus on traveling within our own country and the Caribbean islands. I mean, if someone goes to Europe, that's like a big thing. Oh, I'm going to Europe. Wow, that's big. If you go to Africa, be careful. You never hear that? Like, you can go to Europe. Oh, you're going to have a great time. Take pictures, enjoy the museum. But you go to Africa, oh, be careful. Be careful. Like, dude, this is our... you don't see that to be kind of ironic about that? It's just... even like when I went to Thailand, be careful out there. Be careful of those lady boys. I'm like, that's the first thing you want to throw at me? Lady boys? Thailand? You know how massive Thailand is? I don't know.
I mean, that's one thing in our culture is we're so not used to traveling. When we actually start traveling and people in your family start seeing you travel, they're so unaware of what's really going on in the rest of the world that it's always like, oh my God, you got to look out for this, this, and this, because they're propagating what they've heard, not anything from experience. So that's all they know to do is just not necessarily discourage you, but warn you. There could be, a lion or a tiger or a bear out there that's going to get you.
I live in Atlanta, Georgia. I could go pump gas and someone could get me.
True that.
I live in Atlanta. Man, look, Atlanta has one of the highest home invasions and car hijacks, where they will literally steal your car while you pumping the gas.
There's so many memes out there right now where people are pumping gas with guns in their hands, literally.
Yeah.
Because they're not trying to get jacked while they're pumping gas.
So when someone tell me, oh, be safe, be careful, I'm like, I live in Atlanta. Even now, like, dude, I was driving my son to get some pizza, man. Police pull right next to me, put them high bright lights on my face, man. I'm like, what the hell? I got the seatbelt on. I guess he wanted to check because I have Florida plates.
You're absolutely right, Cigar. And it's terrible. Thank God as I was growing up, my mom had me traveling ever since I was 2 years old. At first it was just little islands like Puerto Rico, Bahamas, Jamaica, things like that. But she kept us moving. We went on family vacations. We did things like that. So we were never attached to any one place for any period of time. We're already built in. So by the time I got in the military, that was fun. I wasn't attached to anything like that.
I want to open the panel for any guys who want to join in. Again, I'm curious to know what your plans are for this year, traveling destinations. If you are going to the big 3 or big 4, or you're going somewhere different, I'm curious to know. And again, guys, this is an open invitation to everyone. If you guys want to join me for the East African trip, not the vacation trip, because vacation is me and the lady. We ain't trying to bring a third leg in that. So, but for East Africa, I'm doing 4 trips. I'm doing 4 countries: Rwanda, Uganda, Kenya, Tanzania. This is a shotgun trip, backpack. We're going to be moving around, enjoying and experiencing. I mean, we're going to get it in. I ain't a passport, bro. We're going to get it in, though. You caught that, Roland?
Keep muting my mic so I don't say anything that's.
No. Yeah. I said something slick. I said we don't get it in, but I ain't no passport, bro. We're gonna get it
in. No.
But it just
my thing is you're getting it in with somebody you already know. You're not going out there just to meet a chick and get it in.
Nah,
you know what I'm saying?
I'm not doing that, man.
Like I said, I take Stan to the beach. I'm assured what I'm getting for my trip.
I mean, the good thing is about traveling is like you meet very interesting people. Just be smart in how you move and so forth. But you two grown adults. Y'all can do whatever y'all want to do. Just make your intentions known. Don't try to sell a dream. Don't try to hey, I promise this and promise that. Hey, if your intentions for one thing, let it be known. You'd be amazed. A lot of them would just be cool with that. I think the problem is you got a lot of guys going to these countries trying to sell a dream, and really they just selling you just trying to get some goods, than just being honest.
Well, she might have put the Gaga 3000 on him and made him start speaking in tongues, and he was just promising the world after that.
That's true. When I'm going, it's gonna be sometime in November, around Thanksgiving time. Hey, go. No.
I don't think so, mixtape. The only thing you have to worry about is the flight. You're gonna pay for a hotel no matter what. Food abroad is cheap, so that's not really an expense to me. I like I was telling earlier, I don't think you were in here. I really enjoy. I'm 55. So I really enjoy looking at people experience something for the first time. I'm used to traveling. The lady I date, she's 18 years younger than me. She's not used to traveling as much as I am. So to see the excitement on her face, experiencing something new for the first time, brings joy to me. You look for your joy however you want when you get older. You look for your peace however you want when you get older. I'm not looking at cost as a factor for me. You get what I'm saying?
Well, I mean, I want to chime in on that as well, and I agree with Roland. When I take someone with me, there's a mutual understanding. Like, hey, we're gonna enjoy the experience together.
Right.
You're paying for the experience, not to share the experience. So if you chatting with your guys, I mean, it depends on what you're doing, man. But bringing sand makes the cost skyrocket. So you're gonna be traveling alone all the time. And if you are, let's say, pay for play, that's skyrocketing right now. Based on some of the prices that I'm hearing out there in these countries, man, especially the typical countries that most guys go to, y'all paying American prices.
And then you got fools out there throwing money around like, they're back here in the States.
I seen guys even in DR, man, like making it rain for no reason at the beach. Like, dude, you in sand. Dude, throwing dollars in the air. It just, guys, I mean, at the end of the day, I don't count another man's pocket what he does with it. If he would decide to take someone with him, hey, that's his business, man. But more than likely, he's having a good time. Compared to guys that go, a bunch of dudes go to a destination, they all trying to I don't want to make it seem this is a very one-sided conversation, but sometimes, man, the guy that's taking sand to the beach is having a grand time, man. I've seen couples having an amazing, great time with each other.
Absolutely.
So, Mr. G World. Again, I don't have any dates, man, but it'll be like around Thanksgiving. I like to take my big trips towards the end of the year. So that way, I met my quotas, got bonus already solidified. You know what I mean?
Hey, let me know what you're going to do with Jamaica. We might have to do a couples trip.
Oh, I'm down for that, man. I'm down for that. So probably do it next year or something. Because I know, right now,
she ain't going to wait that long.
Oh, hey, man.
I gotta do it sooner than that. It might have to be around July or August. But then we're gonna do I got to do a birthday trip because our birthdays are only 4 days apart. So
Okay, and when's your birthday?
October.
Oh wow, okay,
So
okay.
we usually do a 10-day trip sometime in October just to get our party in on our birthdays. So
Mr. G's, you're going to be out there for how long? Again, it's probably be about 3 to 4 weeks. This is gonna be a massive trip. And again, if you guys want to meet me at a particular destination, Kigali, Rwanda, Kampala, Uganda, Nairobi, Kenya, Mombasa, Kenya, or Zanzibar, Tanzania, we can meet there. You don't have to do the entire country. If you want to just meet at a particular country and city, I'm fine with that. But I'm moving around. Like I don't got time to lounge and sit at a bar and talk, old stories. I ain't got time for that. Yeah. So, but yeah, man.
nobody else wants to come up and share.
No, I guess not. I mean, it's all good, man. It's like I said, dude, this year is about me moving, man. I don't got time to sit down and bitch about women, matrix women, and why we're not meeting submissive women. I ain't got time for that shit, man. I'm literally getting tired. Like everything on my social media platform, I have to like literally say I'm not interested. Like everything around this movement focus around women. Like I don't find any real information about traveling. And it's just getting to the point now. It's like, man, dude, I'm just turned off by it. I don't want to be affiliated with, I don't want to be associated with it.
Right. 95% of the time, I just turn it off. Yeah,
man. What's up, Mr. G?
Can you hear me, bro?
Yeah, I can hear you, man. Loud and clear, man. How you doing? Stop by 7.
Hey, yeah. Good morning or good evening.
Yeah.
What time it is where y'all at? But I'm in Florida.
Okay. Yeah, I just left Florida yesterday. I was there in Miami visiting my mom.
Oh, that's what's up. You must stay up north.
I live in Atlanta now, so.
Oh, okay. So you still got good weather.
Not really. It's still cold here. Yeah, Atlanta gets cold, man. I mean,
everybody's code is different. What's your code?
Well, like he's in Boston. I used to live in Boston. I just moved back to Florida in March. So
I used to live in Chicago. So
yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, that's cool. I lived in Chicago for 10 years, and I have a minor frostbite in my hand to this day. I still have
it. Yeah, you got that win over there.
Yeah, man. So what are your plans for this year, man?
Well, I wanted to get me a little snack real quick. So I'm sliding to DR for the first time ever.
Okay, which city? Which city?
I'm gonna be landing in Santo Domingo.
Okay.
I mean, I might check about 1 or 2 of the surrounding cities because I noticed they're about like 45 minutes, 30-minute drive.
You got Boca Chica, you got Juandulio, you got
La Romana.
Yeah, so you got a lot of options.
Yeah, I might do that. It's only like it's about a little 6-day trip, a little something. I'm putting together, for what's that, President's Day? Yeah, President's Day.
Okay.
So I'm planning it right around the weekend because I get the weekend off. So and President Day is on a Monday, so I'm like, let me just time just real, perfectly.
Play them days.
You gotta coordinate them. So only gotta take like 2 days off, and then I'm gonna be out there for like 6 days. So that's pretty nice.
Oh yeah. I was just in DR. I was there for about 3.5 weeks. So I was literally all over the country, man. I'm there a lot. So and I got
it's my
family.
first time.
Your first time? You don't like it, man. If anything, what it's gonna do is gonna anger you more that why Haiti can't be like this. That's something that I do get pissed off. I like, it's the same island. Like there's no ocean, there's no river. It's just nothing separates the island but a fence.
Yeah.
And it's just like
and can be of similar vibes too.
Yeah. The food is the same. I tell Dominicans all the time, like, your food is Haitian food. Yeah,
Oh,
we
they
eat the
no, no,
same.
no. We all know that. Yeah.
No, I'm just saying that the food is the same. The only difference is the name. They have
Yeah,
more
yeah, yeah,
Spanish
yeah.
name, but ours is more Creole and French.
Right.
But dude,
Hmm.
bouillon is sancocho. You
Same
know,
damn
Yeah,
ingredient.
it's the
yeah.
same exact food. It's just different. It's different words.
Same concept. Yeah, same. Yeah, same thing. Yeah, I think I would like it. I probably would want to go back, and that's probably why I've always kind of wanted to stay away from it. Partly because I've heard all the many stories of
Look, all right.
how you know.
Can I chime you in on this? Because I've been in DR. I've been to 26 cities and towns in DR. I have family in
Mm.
DR. I have family in Santiago, and I have family in Hagabon, which is right by the border of
Mm,
between Haiti and DR.
yeah,
Look, again, guys, Haitians are living a way better life in DR than they living in Haiti. Haiti right now, speaking to the Haitian, when you're there, you're gonna talk to them, dog. IT man, is just Haiti's
oh
fucked
yeah,
up.
yeah, oh yeah,
And the thing is that people have a chance to at least feed their family in DR. It may
yeah.
not
Catch a
be,
break.
yeah, they may not be a lot of money. They mean, granted, they're working a lot harder because it's the same way as how Mexicans, live their lives here in the States, man. They could just try to get whatever job they could get at whatever cost. It's the same exact thing. But at the same time, they have an opportunity. I'm seeing Haitian kids going to school in DR. They going to school in DR. Like all this propaganda that you see and hear over the Haitian radio, man, when I'm in DR, I don't see that. Now, granted, if you don't have papers, yes, they're gonna pick you up and they're gonna send you back. But there's a lot of Haitians that are doing very well for themselves, man. And
Yeah,
I
yeah,
can't talk ill on that. Yes, is there ignorance? Hell yeah, there's ignorance on both sides of the island. But Haitian have a chance to live somewhat a decent life compared to being IAT right now.
yeah. I mean, I know it's definitely a little bit more complicated than how the media
Yeah,
sort of or how it's sort of come out in the media. It's a little bit more complex than that because and right there, right next door neighbor, it's a lot of Haitians that live in DR, and based on what they said, and obviously I've seen it because I've met somebody where it's like her grandma was born in DR, like she doesn't speak her grandma doesn't speak Creole that well, and then she was born here, her mother was born there, so you got Haitians that have been there
yeah,
that
four
for
generations,
generations, yeah, for
5 generations.
generations,
Hmm.
yeah. So Haitians are pretty well established within Dominican culture. I mean, but I mean, people have people can get along and still sometimes have little problems here and there. So it's two nations. Yeah, I'm not gonna make this political, but it is what it is with Haiti, with Haiti and Haitians and the leaders that we have. So, uh, we we,
You know
we, we
what?
we kind of have to be grateful.
You know what, Mr. G. I was thinking about having a podcast to talk about the whole Haitian Dominican issue. I've been, especially now I just got back. I mean, granted, I did see a
I think you were in Thailand around the time those things were going down,
no,
right?
no, actually, it's going down now. I saw it. Like I saw, like I was driving.
Yeah, yeah. I
I
guess
was
it.
driving
Yeah,
to Monte.
yeah.
I was driving to Monte Cristi, which is by the border, which is right near the border of Haiti, and I saw one of those pickup trucks that had the Haitians in there. And
Oh wow.
I'm not gonna lie, dog. My heart felt to the floor, man. That hurt me so
Yeah,
bad
yeah,
because, like, when I
yeah.
saw it, I saw kids with the parents, and I saw it, man. My heart just fell to the floor, man. But at the same time, like, dude, I remember my mother came to this country in 1978. We didn't have papers, and I remember when folks used to scare us and say INS, dog, we used to
Oh
run.
yeah. I've heard those
Yeah,
them stories. I mean, I came in much later.
yeah, but this is
I'm
78.
38, but I know I've heard them stories. My
Yeah,
dad, yeah.
man. So I remember those days in the 70s and early 80s. So when I saw that in DR, I was like, man, damn. But at the same time, it's a political thing. It's a country versus country. And at the end of the day, we doing the same thing to people here. When the Haitians were at the border, you saw what happened in Texas. You saw what happened, what happened to like Mexicans that come here illegal, they get sent back. So
Yeah,
it, it's a touchy
yeah,
subject, man.
yeah. It is touchy, and I'll be honest with you. Um, that's one of the reasons. I wouldn't say main reasons, but one of the reasons It's been really hard for me over the years to kind of like come to that conclusion to like plan a trip to go to DR. Um, and then like many of the stories I've heard from the brothers traveling of how DR, unlike Colombia, is a lot more low cutthroat, and they will do you dirty, yada yada. I mean, I know. I mean, I know that everything that they say is exactly as bad as some. Cause sometimes people can kind of over
Yeah.
exaggerate stuff, right? But I do know that like I mean, DR is kind of like I mean DR is DR. I've heard stories from way back, and it's not to say anything bad about Dominicans. And I am going there. I am going there. I'm sure I'll have fun, but I can't wait to see the difference between DR and Colombia because there's always that debate, right? DR versus Colombia.
Well, I mean, I'll tell you this. I've been all over Colombia and I've been all over DR. DR and Colombia are not the same. If you can't like comparing DR to Colombia is like comparing apple to oranges. It's two different fruits, man. Just accept
Yeah,
DR for what it is and accept Colombia for what it is. Now, Colombia, DR is more like I said, it's Haitian but speak Spanish. Like their culture is so similar to ours. The loud music, the festive, the food, everything is kind of the same thing like as ours. They just Spanish, and they have their own unique culture. But when you're there, you're gonna feel like you're home because Haiti's right there. It's the same island. Like when I'm in DR, I feel like I'm home. And you meet so many ICNs that you speaking Creole. I'm speaking Creole everywhere in DR, openly in the
yeah, yeah,
store,
yeah, yeah.
everywhere, and no one doesn't blink an eye. And the thing is, we don't want to talk about. A lot of Dominicans and Haitians are living together, working together.
Oh yes,
They
yes,
cross
yes,
marrying.
yes.
Like they don't talk about those things, and that's what
Yeah,
like I
yeah.
always tell
They're
my mom
living in the
about.
same environment and working together and doing stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, so you have Haitians out there in DR that speak Spanish, speak Italian, speak German. Like like, how do you speak four different languages? I just learned it.
Oh, oh yeah. Haitians are really smart, man. Haitians are really smart,
So
man.
so you're gonna have a good time. Just go there with an open mind and understand, like, hey, listen, I'm here to take it all in. Don't go there with no
Hmm.
expectations. Don't go there comparing that to Colombia. You can't compare the two. They're two separate different countries. And just go there and take it for what it is. If you're going to Santo Domingo, hit up Boca Chica, hit up San Pedro or the other areas within like 1 or 2 hours away from Santo Domingo, you'd be all right. And
Yeah. Oh yeah.
but again, you're gonna meet a lot of Haitians there. They're everywhere. And once they see that you're Haitian, they're gonna smile. They
Oh
they
yeah. Oh
they
yeah.
they're gonna smile and be happy. I talk to them, I give them some money, and again, like me giving you $10 probably made your day. But to me,
Oh
it's
yeah.
like
Oh yeah. Yeah.
whatever.
For sure. For sure. For sure. I mean, yeah. It's the same thing when I do when I'm in Colombia. I always show people love. And obviously money in those countries, money is the best way. Is well, probably the only way. Especially you coming from America, it's probably the main way people are looking for you to show them love. So taxi drivers, when I go eat in Colombia, I always tip generously, man.
Yeah, same
'Cause
here. Same here.
they don't make a lot of money. They work hard, So I always show love. So I plan on doing the same thing.
Okay. So any other places besides Dominican Republic for this year?
No, actually, man. Now that you asked me, and you were just talking about it, man. I've been really, really, really thinking about going to that side, going to the continent, right?
Okay.
Because I haven't done Brazil, um, and kind of would like to do it, but I just feel like in the last month and a half, it's just that interest of Africa, whether it's South Africa, obviously, some of these other countries that you were just talking about, Rwanda, Uganda, um, Tasmania or Tanzania.
Tanzania,
Um,
Uganda,
hmm
Rwanda,
hmm
Kenya.
Yeah. I'm definitely thinking about that, man, because I know right around November, that's usually when I take my leave,
Yeah.
and that's when I take my biggest chunk of leave, about at least 2 weeks. So I'm thinking I might as well put me a nice little package together, look at the calendar, try to do something for a good like 16, 18, 17 days,
Yeah, that's what
and
I
go
do.
and go out there.
And that's the reason why I plan a lot of my biggest trips are always towards the end of the year because of Thanksgiving. And also too, that's the time of the year that a lot of things slow down in corporate. So it's like, hey, listen, I could take 3 weeks or I could take 4 weeks off because everything is taken care of. But hey,
Stand with me.
it's an open invitation, bro. You're ICM, man. You're Haitian. We'll have a lot to talk about, man. And like I said,
No, not link up. My boy Nimi Umbao in the back
Okay.
chat, man. Yeah, because have you been to? Oh, yeah. I was about to say, have you been to Thailand? Because but you were just talking about Thailand the other
yeah,
day.
I was just there. I was just there in November, December.
That was your first trip.
First trip. They did 5 cities on my first trip.
Oh wow, how long that took you? Like 2 weeks?
Two weeks in 2 weeks and a couple of days, but I did it, man. It was amazing. I loved it. I love Thailand, man. Thailand's a beautiful country, man. And it's just don't just limit yourself to Pattaya. There's more to Thailand than Pattaya.
Because the way the brothers kind of explain it, they said Thailand is like it's like paradise, and I definitely would like to check that out, man.
I mean, it is paradise if you know, but there's more to paradise. There's rich, there's history, there's culture. When a lot of guys refer Thailand as paradise, they're talking about Pattaya. Most guys when they fly into Thailand, they fly into Bangkok and they catch that taxi ride to Pattaya and they stay there. Pattaya is pretty much has everything you want as a tourist. But if you want to experience Thailand, I recommend that you explore Chiang Mai, Chiang Rai, Phuket, the other area. There's other cities within Thailand that you could experience really the beautiness of the country. Like any country,
rich history, rich culture, huh?
Yeah. Like in Dominican Republic, man, some of the best places I've been to were the lesser known cities. It was not the Santo Domingo,
yeah.
Santiago's or Sosua's in Puerto Plata. It was like the lesser little known cities. Those are cities I had a great time.
That's where you get that authentic touch.
And you see some bad chicks, boy. I'm like, oof.
Yeah. In those remote towns, yeah, you'll see.
Like I went to a town outside of Phuket in Thailand. Saw some beautiful dark skinned Thailand women. I'm like, wow.
Oh wow.
It's like, wow, this is where they from.
Bro, I have a buddy I used to work with in Boston, man, and he a Marine veteran, man, and he was just telling me, he was like, I think his wife is from Thailand. He been trying to tell me though, man. He tried to tell me. I could never picture it though, but lately how the brothers been talking about it, I'm like, wow, it sounds like Thailand is nice, man. Like
I've seen it.
Check it out.
I've seen it. I was amazed by it. That it has become my number one country.
Oh wow,
bro, Marines know. Just take your buddy's advice. Marines know.
Yeah. Right. Are you a Marine?
Yeah.
Oh, Semper Fi. I'm an Air Force guy.
All right. Semper Fi.
Yeah, man. It sounds like a nice place to retire.
There's a lot of retirees. I met a lot of expats, a lot of retirees out there in Thailand living their best lives, and digital nomads. I know dudes. I met this one dude. He's an executive. He's bringing about $300K a year living in Thailand.
Wow.
300 a year. 300K a year living in Thailand.
And he still get that tax. I don't know what's the threshold on where it comes up at. You get low, nice tax benefits, right? Living outside the United States.
And dude,
I think 80% of that you don't have to pay off of.
We were talking. He lives good, man, and he lives a simple life. Nothing grand, nothing luxury, but he's good. Like he's like, I wake up, I'm good.
Wow.
And so
it's pretty safe all throughout Thailand.
At 300K, he's stacking most of that.
Oh yeah, he's stacking that, man. He's putting that sucker away.
Even if you want to spend a big chunk, I mean that's a good amount of money because he's saving on tax and everything. I mean, you
can live decent. You can live better than decent for $1,500. And Thailand,
that's probably a whole lot of money because I heard it's cheaper than Colombia. In Colombia, you can live off that.
Yeah.
Depending where you are and what you're doing.
Well, the thing about Thailand too, Thailand has wealth. There's a lot of rich folks in Bangkok.
Yep.
Like, folks got money, but
Rolls
it really
Royce,
depends.
Lamborghinis, all that.
Yeah, but it really depends on what type of lifestyle you want to live. You want to live more the luxury lifestyle with the Range Rovers and with the Bentleys and Lamborghinis that Roland mentioned, or you want to live a simple life on the beach where you wearing sandals all day and a scooter and have a scooter. So it really depends on what type of lifestyle you want to live.
I like that coastal feel, man. I think that's my thing though, and that's why like I have one trip I have to do in Colombia where I get to explore the coastal towns much more because I've been to Santa Marta, but I want to go to La Guardia, Rio Hacha. I'm sure you probably have been there.
No, I only been to. I'm gonna name the cities. I've been to Medellin, Cali, Bogota, Barranquilla, Buenaventura. That's it. I want to go to Chocó, but Chocó is so remote. But right now I'm taking a break from Colombia, man. I want to explore other cities. I mean, other countries.
You're right, bro. I mean, there's a lot more I want to explore there, but after about like 5 trips, I'm like, I kind of want to take me a little break too.
Yeah. Yeah, man. But yeah, man. I'm again. You're more than welcome to tag along, Roland. Same thing. If you want to come with me to Rwanda, dog. I need a sniper. I need a sniper by my side.
Down to the motherland, man. I'm gonna have to go. I'm gonna have to go at least once.
Rwanda. You mean Rwanda, right? Rwanda.
There's Rwanda, Uganda, Kenya, and Tanzania. But I always tell guys if your first trip to Africa, the continent, I recommend that you go to South Africa.
South Africa first.
Yeah. That's the first.
Yeah, that's what I have on my. That's what I have in mind, man. Because like one of my OG in Cali, he's in the States now. He lives in Cali. He lives in the States. He went to Costa Rica to check out. He thought he could just go ahead and check out, and they ended up deporting him from Bogota back to the Bay. Now he's working on his visa though. But yeah, he was telling me, how nice South Africa is, and I have a Air Force buddy of mine. We were talking about 2 months ago, and he was out there, and I was like, what you doing out there? He's like, yeah, I go out there too, because I thought he was just doing Colombia, mostly the big threes. And I'm like, he's way in South Africa. Then he's like, the stuff you were telling me about it, I'm like, what? I didn't know South Africa that nice. Yeah, let me shut up, man. Cause we don't want people. We don't want nobody messing up those spots. we can afford the people blowing up spots.
I tell folks all the time, yeah, man, go to Colombia, man. Go to Brazil, go to DR. You good? You be all right. There's a lot of spots that, nah, man, don't go there. You're gonna get your kidneys taken. It's like, don't go there. It's not safe.
Yeah, I think South Africa's nice, man.
South Africa is nice.
He likes it. He likes it, man. I mean, all these countries got their issues, because I got a buddy of mine, during COVID, man. He went there for the whole pandemic, man. And not South Africa. He was in Congo. Then he went to Tanzania. He went to South Africa, and he got robbed in South Africa.
Yeah, I mean, he got robbed in South Africa. You could get robbed. I mean, granted, again, Kenya is known for robbing folks, but again, just doing your research. You gotta know where to go and where not to go. That's why I always tell guys, man. Like any proper military serviceman, dude, you got to know the environment that you're getting yourself into.
Oh yeah, definitely.
But definitely, man, I think this year would be a great time for guys to explore something different. Now that a lot of countries have opened up, take a chance and explore, man. You don't need to do the same pony show for all your travels, man. That shit gets tiring. But then again, I can't tell you what you do with your time and money.
Yeah, definitely. I got to renew my passport in June of this year. It expires, my second passport. So I need to apply for my third one. But so I'm pulling a little trip in it right now. I'm thinking like I probably should slap another one right before it expires, and probably, and then like plan my Africa trip on my brand new passport, make it the first trip. I think that would be a nice thing.
Yeah. Hey, Roland, you've been to Africa before, right?
Somalia, indirectly.
Okay. Oh wow. So you were there during conflict?
Yeah.
Ooh.
We actually we secured the airstrip for the UN troops to land.
Mondegishu.
So, yeah, we were, like I said, I was in Kuwait and all that way before any of these cities blew up to be anything. When they were little dirt towns where they barely had a 10-story building, I've been there. Now, all this modernization they had, I have not seen it, but I'm looking forward to seeing it.
Wow, Somalia. I'm curious about Somalia. It's just that country's so unstable, man.
Yeah, it is.
I think they got some shit going on right now, if I'm not mistaken. Between the what's that water even having the Tigray? Is it the you got Somalia? Is it Ethiopia? The Tigray. They got some kind of war, or people talk about famine and things of that nature. That region, that little pocket, they get some stuff going on over there.
I'm not too sure. I don't know if it's still going. I'm not too sure. I know there's an issue going on between Ethiopia and
I'm probably talking about Ethiopia. I think I'm talking about Ethiopia.
Yeah, there's an issue going on between Ethiopia and Eritrea or Intra, something like that. They're right next to each other. Now there's some issues going on with that. But Straw Hat Smooth, a Black Man Travels. I'm working on my Spanish. Which country would you recommend visiting first? I think for your first country, man, I'd say Colombia, Mexico, DR, like somewhere in the Caribbean island, Puerto Rico. Honestly, you could travel to Puerto Rico without a passport.
Yep.
So I'll say Puerto Rico, to be honest, just to play it safe. You want to just go, you don't have to wait to have a passport.
English and Spanish both. So
yeah, you could go to Puerto Rico. There's a city outside of San Juan called Luisa. That's a black town. That's where a lot of the black Puerto Ricans live, and you go there. There's a lot of rich culture there, man. Luisa. Yeah, Luisa is about 45 minutes to an hour outside of San Juan, man. It's an all black town.
Oh, Luisa.
That was my first trip as a child, was Puerto Rico.
Oh yeah.
That's where I was taught how to swim. If you catch my drift on being taught how to swim. In other words, you got thrown in the deep end, and you either swam or you just drowned your ass.
Man, you know what? They did that to me. I drowned.
My mom was slick about it. We were at this nice resort, and I was in the kiddie pool with my brother, and my mom called me over to the big pool, and she had already talked to the lifeguard and told him what she was planning on doing, so he wouldn't jump in. Right. So she calls me over, and I come over, and she's like, "Hey, I want to tell you something." I said, "What?" And she picks me up and throws me in the deep end.
Wow.
So I start doggy paddling. She goes, "Look, today's the day you're either going to be able to swim and never be afraid of water, or you're going to be afraid of water from this day forward." And I swam, and then I finally said, "I'm getting tired." So she said, "Oh."
We lost you there.
So she threw me in and said, "You're going to either swim or you're going to sink." So I doggy paddled, and then when I said, "Oh, I'm getting tired," she goes, "So swim over so I can pull you out." Everybody in the pool watched it. I mean, literally, everybody stopped to watch me swim. And then when I pulled me out, everybody clapped. Like it was a rebirth of some type.
I tell you this, guys. I experienced a real drowning situation when I was 8 years old, which traumatized me. Even now to this day, I'm not comfortable around water, especially big body of water. So a lot of these yacht parties, boat parties, I don't do them, man. And I kind of kick myself in the ass because I like taking pictures and videos, especially with my drone. When I get a boat, man, I go through a whole anxiety issue. Like my heart stops pounding, I'm sweating, I'm nervous, I'm quiet. And it sucks because a lot of great places to see is around water. Mm-hmm. And, my two sons, I made it sure that they took swimming lessons. Like my youngest son, he's autistic, and autistics kids tend to die from drowning because they're attracted to water. And so I made sure, you know, my youngest son actually took swimming lessons like for 3 years. Now he can swim. But for me, I realized, like, you know what, I've been running away from this fear. Like, I shit you not, guys, I get nervous around water. Like when I was in Colombia last year, we went to I was in Cartagena. We took a speedboat to Bora Bora Beach, one of those private islands. Man, I was so quiet and nervous. I was like shaking because my mind is racing, thinking that if this boat flip or something happens, like I'm done. And I'm tired of living my life that way. So I said to myself, man, I'm gonna take swimming lessons this year. I gotta face this fear because that's one of my worst night. Like a lot of my dreams, well, a lot of my nightmares is around water.
Oh wow.
Yeah, so I commend you guys that know how to swim. I envy you guys because that's a big fear for me. And again,
well, I don't know how to swim, so you ain't got to envy me.
And I told dudes this. I when I used to go to pool parties, dude, I let guys know straight up, man. If they do try to throw me in the water, we fighting.
Fighting all the way
Until
down
I get
to
out
the
that
bottom
water,
of the pool.
we fighting. Like I'm
fighting all the way down to the bottom of the pool.
Oh yeah, but you know what? When I get out this water, if I live, dude, I'm gonna come for your ass, man. It's just, man, like again, dude, like I'm that big guy that's standing on 3 feet and I'm okay just sitting here. Like
Yeah,
I see.
I
Right?
taught my sons early. Same thing. I took them out in the water, but I didn't do them as bad as my mom did. I taught them how to hold on to the side, kick their legs first. Then I would hold them and teach them how to swim with their arms, and then I would let them go. You know, and let them try at it, and keep going and keep going and keep going and keep encouraging them. So, you know, my 3 youngest sons learned how to swim before my oldest son did.
Yeah. So again, I made sure my 2 boys know how to swim, but I'm not gonna lie, man. When I pass that 6 feet, I can stand in 6 feet. Dude, my heart is pounding. Like I get super nervous, and I don't like that feeling, man. I really don't like it, man.
Well, now you know how to swim, so you're not nervous anymore. Or are you still nervous?
Dude, I don't know how to swim.
Oh, I thought you took swimming lessons.
No, I said I'm going to take swimming lessons.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm going to take it this summer, man.
Okay.
Hey man, don't bitch. Hey, look, you know by yourself, man. It's embarrassing, but hey,
I mean,
I'm not gonna lie.
the easiest way to do it is to stay in the shallow end. You know, either learn how to.
But Roland,
how long can you
Roland,
hold your breath underwater?
But you have to understand.
Your breath underwater.
Shit, 1 second.
Okay, so you need to build up your lung capacity.
No. It's not lung capacity. It's again, I drowned.
Right, I understand that, but listen, mentally, think about this.
Look. All right, let me tell you this: when someone's traumatized,
right,
what you're telling me is like it's easy to do, but when someone's traumatized, it's a whole different. Like you could tell me, go and do this. Like for me, I'm not afraid of heights. I could jump. I'm not afraid of heights at all.
Is fear of heights.
See, I'm not afraid of. I could stand on the edge on the cliff and like whatever. But the thing is, you put me in water, that's where I break. And the thing is, people like tell me like, well, it's easy. Like, dude, you're not traumatized. It's like imagine someone, you survive someone trying to kill you. You're traumatized,
right,
dude? When you're traumatized, that's therapy, man. That's a whole different level of therapy because now you got to deal with that. You got to deal with that issue, and now you got to overcome it.
Right.
So when people tell me like, hey, just do this and do that, it's like, no. It's not that easy for me. It's not that easy for me, man.
No, yeah, like, you need therapy, man.
Yeah.
You need a water therapist.
Oh man, it's just
help you get back in the water.
Yeah, I do need to learn how to swim myself. I'm not gonna lie, man. I ain't gonna hold you. I don't know how to swim either. It's a damn shame. My dad grew up in Haiti, man, and he was like a great swimmer. Like you used to be the kid, because in these towns, when it rains, the water, floods. When you go to like Dominican Republic or even Cartagena, you see how it just rains and then it's like floods like all over. Mm-hmm. So when you're in the village, in the province, it floods. You know, the rivers come down. It's big. You know, you better know how to swim, or you gonna die. And my dad used to be the kid when he was going to school that would help other kids cross the river. He's that good of a swimmer. He's a fish, but I don't know how to swim because I didn't grow up like that.
That's the same thing with me as I was growing up because I knew how to swim at such an early age. I lived in this apartment complex, and a lot of the women would come, the white women, of course, would be at the pool with their kids sunbathing. And I'm talking little babies. They're so out of it because they're sunbathing. The little baby wanders next to the pool and falls in the water. So I'm winding up being the lifeguard as a kid, pulling these kids out. And what I would do is pull the kid out of the pool, get out the pool myself, and dangle the kid over top of the woman while the cold water is hitting her. And she'll sit up like, oh, what are you doing? Lady, you need to watch your kid. Oh my God, he's wet. Yeah, he fell in. You know, it was ridiculous. But yeah, it's an important factor.
I'm going to face that fear, guys. I'm going to face it. I have to because, again, I'm going to all these
heights, and I'm no longer afraid of heights. But that was a phobia of mine. That was the thing I would dream about most is falling from a high height.
Falling. Yeah.
And some silly ones too. I had one dream where it was a shopping cart, and I was going up and down hills with the shopping cart pulling me. And then I hit this one hill and I would just take off and fly in the air. And then all of a sudden the cart's gone and I'm up in the air like falling. I'm like, what the fuck? See,
well, here's the thing. Like a lot of my good dreams, I'm flying. It's weird. It's kind of weird. We talk about traveling. Now we're talking about dreams and phobias. But flying. I'm like a lot of my best dreams revolves around me flying. A lot of my nightmare revolves around water. So it's just like, and the thing too, like when I have a dream about water, I wake up sweating. So it seemed like I was in the water, and it's just like, man, because my anxiety level, man, just kicks in, and it's just I can't do anything.
Right.
So, but yeah, man.
I think you can tackle it when you put your mind to it. I think you'll be able to tackle it.
Man, look, man, I'm gonna tell the trainer, hey, listen, we're gonna need 6 months. We're gonna take baby steps, man. This, like.
Well, you got some time by the time you go to Africa.
Put one foot in the pool once on the step and then step.
Yeah, out. On the step, we're good. Class over. That's it. I see you next week. Yeah, man. But yeah, definitely. Because with East Africa coming up, I want to be able to at least swim.
Yeah, dip in the water. That's what I'm about to say. Yeah, you got to at least. You got to dip in that water if you go to the motherland, man.
Yeah, man. I know.
Even though I don't know how to swim, I'm not gonna go dip in there. But I gotta let that water, because I like water, even though I'm not how to swim. You know what? I gotta go to the beach, let that water hit my feet, because water connects to everything.
Hey guys,
and get that energy.
I'm gonna tell you this: when I was in South Africa, I went to Cape Town, and I went to the beach. Dude, the first thing I did when I saw that water, I immediately walked towards it, took my shoes off, and put my foot in that water, and I felt the connection. So that connection is I felt it. Yeah, I stood there in that water. I'm like, wow, this is where my ancestors are from.
Mm-hmm.
And man, I just stood in that water. That water was freezing cold, but I was like, man, this is awesome. And again, that's what travel's about, man. Just like creating those experiences, man. The
vibe from the culture.
Yeah, man.
Yes.
And same thing like in Thailand, dude. When I was in Thailand, I was in Phuket. When I reached that bit, I put my foot in that water. Boom! It was like, wow, I'm in Thailand. It's something about the water. When you put your foot in that water, you realize like, wow, you're there. And a lot of guys don't experience that. I've known guys that gone to these places. Like to DR and Colombia, never seen the water because they so focused on doing the casas.
Yeah, that's a whole another topic. Yeah, with what's been going on lately in the community. And you've probably seen my comments here and there. Super chat.
Yeah.
I'm quiet. What's the word? Out loud, not out loud, but I'm quiet loud with making my opinion known of this circumstance, but it is what it is, man. It just kind of highlights, and it probably shows you some of the characters within the community. Um, I guess you got to watch who you mess with, who you travel with, and things of that nature. And probably, obviously, you see somebody fall in a ditch. You probably, if you're right behind them, you probably want to stop before you take the next step. So it's unfortunate how some dudes have been displayed lately, but it's probably some good example of what you should not do and how you should not be moving. But people do a whole lot, man, out here, man, and um,
I
It
think you know
goes.
what.
the whole social media, as far as the YouTube thing, that's a whole different conversation in itself.
Yeah.
But people need to just like, how they say what happens in Vegas stay in Vegas. I'm not saying you can't take pictures or videos or whatever, but it's just some stuff, lately I've seen they're quite cringy though. I mean,
Oh yeah, me.
it's
I
just
I seen some things too. I seen some things today. But like unknown YouTuber, black YouTubers. I'm like, wow, really? This is a low. This is
I
a
think,
very
yeah,
low.
I think I know what you're talking about. Either I never
Yeah.
seen him, never seen the person. I was like, oh, who is that? I never seen that channel, but they were talking about that, and I'm like, oh, it's
I- One
I don't
thing
know.
is,
I mean,
one thing is, I tell guys, and somehow I'm hearing feedback. Um, you represent yourself. You don't represent a movement. When you travel these countries, you are a black man. You're not a passport bro. You're not a blue book, whatever passport,
blue pill,
whatever.
no, no, not blue pill. My bad, blue book gentleman.
Yeah, it's just nowadays so many damn titles. Shit, I'm getting confused now. Look, man, at the end of the day, you represent yourself. You are your own brand. Conduct yourself accordingly, man. Like I'm not gonna let anyone else affect how I move. Just because you decide to f up, that's not gonna affect me because I'll make sure the way I conduct myself is thorough. But at the same light, the perception that you give into the world is like you letting the world know that that's all we do. And it's already as a black man, we already have a negative perception of us in general throughout the world. You know, just be mindful, man. It's like you're not traveling for yourself. And I
Yeah.
understand with social media and everything else, you want to get the likes, you want to get the subscribers, but you want to get the cash apps, whatever you're trying to get, dude, is not worth it because at the end of the day, you're not really making that money that you think you're making via social media.
Well,
And
to be honest, I agree with you, my brother. But I mean, I think like everybody's situation is a bit different. Um, I mean, you're fortunate enough you don't, that's not how you move, or you don't use that as in
our
perhaps
primary
to,
income.
obviously a primary income or no source of revenue or whatever that you lean on like that. But I guess some people that's what they lean on. And I mean, I know I personally, I'm blessed to have certain circumstances because that's one of the other questions I wanted to ask you later on. We can discuss it as
Yeah,
far
you
as
know,
in
we can
the
talk about
future,
it.
what you see yourself doing. But I know I plan on moving out the country, and I'm glad, I have some backup plan and things of that nature that I'm eyeing to the point where I don't have to do YouTube and things of that nature. But some folks, I guess that's what they do rely on to do their travel, obviously, and they've talked about it openly. Um, and when it's a certain specific type of content or um, kind of entertainment that you're used to giving your followers, your viewers, and whatnot, and you get the views and you get the money, and you want to keep getting it or you want to keep getting more of it. So you have to do more of that, and whatever that is, that's entertaining in whichever way people find it entertaining. You have to push the limit of it, and that's
Yeah,
where
and that's
people
what's
kind of
happening
like,
now.
Yeah, it
yeah.
becomes a
So
vicious cycle. You can't keep up with it. That's the same thing what we're talking about with Peso Man. You know, he's in a trap of his own design. You know what I mean?
Explain. I'm curious to know.
because he's made a living
He locked himself in.
scamming different people, you know, whether it be fake passport bros or, you know, or different people on YouTube. All he does is attack specific YouTubers, content, and basically forms it around, you know, travel brothers.
He's centered. He's only centered around one.
Right. So at that point, you're trapped because you can never change up. You're going to have to change up your content eventually because it's not going to be anything to talk about. It's old news.
And it's quite interesting you're saying that because today,
I'm getting tired of listening about this passport brother stuff, and you know, let people experience their own thing. What is a big deal?
now I agree with what you said. It's quite interesting. Peso man he said the same thing about the young man earlier today. But regarding that, let me pick your brain real quick. And he does too much, right? And obviously, whoever in the community that you may not like how they move, I don't think being on Peso Man's side or seeing things the way Peso see it kind of help us, right? So I'll never see things the way Peso. He doesn't have good intent at all. He actually is missing the mark. Great opportunities to actually, he could have had some great content talking about some specific things within the community because there's a lot of things that could be talked about in the community. I see a lot. I mean, I just don't have the platform, right? Whether it's
experience of travel.
Go ahead.
It's not like he's inexperienced at traveling. The man lives abroad.
Exactly. So that's where I feel like he's very pathetic with it because he could have crafted his platform to have some serious conversation, not in the way that you're trolling, but serious conversation. Even if he wanted to lean on criticism of the guys, but sometimes you watch him, it gets very mimish the way he trolls. So it's obvious he has no intent, right? But there are at least a sprinkle of percentage of the stuff that he covers. Though he trolls whatnot, a lot of those guys do give him a lot of ammos.
Oh yeah, they hang themselves. But they walk into a trap at the same time. They're walking into it unaware that he's very good at communication to get you to go a certain place with it. Yeah. Instead of you correcting the question, that he gets you to answer the question the way he phrased it. And
first of all, you shouldn't be talking to him anyway.
You shouldn't.
Let's start with that.
Wow. But the man is a ex-military. He lives abroad, but he's discrediting what you would say a passport bro is because they're lying about mongering more so than just saying they're traveling to travel. So they're making a big deal about the mongering and people taking advantage of and that's all perception too. These women are not poor. They're the perception of poor.
Oh yeah, we know that line of narrative is definitely false.
It's not the same perception of poor in another country. A lot of these women are very rich in other things besides for monetary. You get
Oh yeah.
Anything our American women are lacking in the feminine side. So we can say American women are poor on the feminine side. Other cultures have a rich heritage where their feminine side shines forward. So it's all perception on what we deem as Americans to be wealth and extravagant and somebody that's worthy of being talked to versus somebody that's all prejudgment. That's not for anybody.
Well, we're viewing and judging these people through American lenses. Yeah,
exactly.
Some of us.
Well, he uses that American.
Oh yeah. The girl on his panel.
Even though he knows he's living in Uganda on American money and doing quite well for himself.
Yeah, he's a fraud, man.
So, in that respect, he's contradicting himself, but he does get these guys to jump on the mongering thing, and he harps on that so much that that's not the only reason people travel, but that's the biggest thing that they can pull out as a fault. Even though,
but even if you travel for that, my brother,
you can monger in the United States for cheaper. So why would you go abroad? but nobody
Yeah,
brings
yeah.
it back when they're talking to them. You think I want to spend $2,000 to fly somewhere just so I can get sex when I can just pay $500 here and be done with it? But it doesn't make any sense. Mathematically, it doesn't make any sense. But they allow him to push them in that direction where they can't.
But my brother, I agree with all that you said because that's just quite commonsensical, right?
Mhm.
Even when a brother may get involved in some activities when he traveled, we know that 90 plus, maybe 80, I don't know, because I can't really tell because I don't travel, I haven't traveled with people like that. 80+% of the brothers, they're traveling for more than that, and that's not even their main primary purpose. So we know that. But the problem is, as we've seen lately in the community, is that some guys is killing us from building that perception or holding that claim that we've had or that we're trying to make, and they've been trying to stick on us. Some guys is killing that with the image that they're building.
Absolutely. That's why, like Kanal, I don't consider myself a passport brother. I've been traveling since I was 2.
Facts.
Okay. Way before a passport brother was even invented, I've been traveling.
Yeah, I've been traveling since 2004.
Yeah. So, passport bro is a past tense term to me because I was doing it way before it was even a thing. Anybody in the military, as you know, being in the Air Force, we travel.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't a big
My first duty station was England.
Exactly. So we're always traveling. We're always picking up and moving and getting used to different cultures and expanding our mind to different things like that. And that's the biggest thing is when you get in those cultures, you start expanding your mind and your knowledge base so that you can see the propaganda that you see in America versus other countries where you're actually seeing the truth.
You know what? Let's segue to that conversation because again, initially I didn't want to talk about it, but you guys been talking about it, so let's talk.
I'm sorry.
No, it's all good. It's all good. It's messy. It is
messy. Yeah.
Look, I'm gonna tell you this, and again, I want to have this conversation. If you guys want to have this conversation, let's have it. But I don't want to talk about it after today. The whole passport bro movement to me is a fad. I'm in marketing. I'm in the marketing space, corporate marketing, digital marketing.
Do you think so, though, bro?
It is. It's a hot thing now. For now, I mean, granted, men will continue to travel regardless, but I think right now it's just a hot topic via social media. Like anything social media is a hot topic, it actually fades. Study shows that.
Mm-hmm. That's right.
But you know what? I've been on Clubhouse. I work on a computer. Huh?
Mr. G, okay, let me explain this. All right, there's difference between a trend and there's a fad, right? A trend has growing growth, but eventually it plateaus. Once it plateaus, it goes down. So a trend, it could be popular as of right now, but the thing is, it eventually becomes a fad because it fizzles out. The next big topic is going to come across social media, then everyone else is going to talk about it. It's just like the Passport Bros were there way before Kevin Samuels. It was just Kevin.
Oh yeah. I know that.
Well, let me finish. But Kevin Samuels was more popular because he was like one of the first guys to say it in your face. But now the Passport Bros, they have receipts. Well, at least I would say 10% of the Passport Bros have receipts. 90% of them never traveled before, but they just jumping on the bandwagon. I'm just keeping it 100. I'm keeping it 100. I would say 10% of the Passport Bros are actually traveling, while the 90% of the Passport Bros are just living through the 10%. Like right now, I mean, that's the way I see it. So people's perception of what the Passport Bro is based on what the 10% of people are actually doing. Right. However, the 90% of people who are not traveling are the one that's doing all the talking.
Right.
I agree because, I mean, lately I've been on Clubhouse, man, and I'm going to tell you something. And you know, I'm in the travel community, even though we never linked up. But I've been on your group on Facebook for like quite some years and that by now. Here's the thing, though.
Did you unplug your mic?
Yeah, you unplugged the mic or something. You sound distant.
It's my Bluetooth. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah. Hey, you guys need to get a mic, man. Y'all jumping on all these YouTube channels. Go ahead and invest them.
Am I not
Get a
coming
mic.
here? I can plug up a mic. I got mics.
Yeah, man, dude, a mic is cheap nowadays, man. Y'all could go to damn Best Buy and get a $50 mic.
Here. I got a sound mic. I got all kind of mics. I just never hooked up on.
Yeah, man. I'm gonna start checking some of y'all.
They work Bluetooth?
No, you don't need a Bluetooth. You just need a good mic that could just capture everything.
On my sound system, I got the buzzers and all that sound stuff. So
you do. I need to get.
So how do you make that work on the phone with the phone?
No, I mean you need a laptop. like for me right now.
Okay. No. Sometimes I do it from the laptop too.
Like for me, like I have a workstation. I have my mic. You see my mic, my Yeti mic. I got my my cameras, everything else.
Mine up. I'm gonna have to
so
I got it.
But
just lazy.
I'll say for a lot of you guys who jump on these live streams, go ahead and invest in a mic, man. You could connect the mic to your laptop. If you're home, don't want to use your phone, you'll sound a lot clearer, man, and a lot more crisp. So
yeah, I've heard of the Yeti mic. They say it's one of the best mics.
Yeah, I got the Yeti X. This is the Yeti X. This is the top of the line mic. I love it, man. I love it. Yeah, and the thing is, like when I do presentations for work, or people say, "Wow, you sound so clear." It's like, yeah, I have a mic. Oh, you're using a mic? It's like, yeah, I'm using a mic. Talking.
Are you using a mixing board at all? Or you just plugged right in?
I'm plugged right in.
Okay.
Plug right into the laptop.
Yeah, I got a mix.
So you use that through Zoom too?
Yeah, I use it in my meetings, my during the daytime, dude. I'm talking like this during the day.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, man. They be saying, like, "Oh, look at Canal being all tacky." Like, yeah, bro. I gotta come correct, man. Y'all paying me.
Yeah, I gotta do that.
But I'm just saying.
Back to what we were talking about, real quick. Like you were saying, 90% of the people that are talking about traveling haven't traveled. 10% are actually putting in the work and got receipts. It's the same thing about people talking about the passport bros. 90% of the people talking about passport bros have never taken a trip out of the United States, period. But they're saying what they're assuming passport brothers are doing because they've never experienced anything out of the country.
I came across this YouTuber. I forgot his name, but it's something passport. Dude don't even have a passport. Like, what the F?
Is it IP? You're not talking about IP passport.
I don't know. There's so many passport tubers out there, man. Like, I remember he made a comment.
I don't think it's international passport. No way.
Yeah, I think he's suspect.
He got a British accent.
I think he's suspect, bro. I mean, I think, dude, like, where are your receipts, buddy? I mean,
yeah, he always talk to travelers. He always
man. Yeah, that's why, like for me, like I'm okay. I'm in a lot of right now. I'm in a lot of WhatsApp groups. I stay quiet. I just sit back and watch and see the foolishness unfold. I watch a lot of live streams. I listen to a lot of YouTubers, and I listen. I'm not hearing. I'm actually listening to what they're saying, and I could tell, nigga, you never left the country. It's just like, man, you never left the country, man. Like this one dude, he called himself some passport something. They don't even have a passport. Like, how? Like, wait, how the hell you could talk about traveling?
I think you're talking about IP.
I
think about IP, international passport.
I don't know, man. Like, dudes.
I'm sorry, I'm dropping names. I'm sorry.
Hey, I'm not. Hey, like right now, disclaimer. I know I've been called a hater. I'm not dropping any names.
Oh no, you're not a hater. Hold
on. I want everybody to hear me loud and clear. Kanal from Black Men Travelers is not hating on y'all. I ain't calling out no names because people saying I'm a hater and I'm jealous. I'm like jealous of other people. I'm like, bro, you know how much money I make? Like,
no. I know you got a YouTube channel, bro. But trust me, I got the 5-star general hater. You going? I'm ahead of you, bro. Oh man.
Hey man, I be laughing. I'm like, I'm a hater. Like I got 40 countries under my belt. I'm about to do 6 countries this year. Like, nigga, where you going? Like, and the thing I tell people all the time, listen, I got a website that I can tell my boss. Can you tell your boss what you talk about on YouTube?
I really like that. I really like that about you, man. That's really nice.
Dude, that's like seriously, nice. I check people in the heartbeat like, yo, I can tell people what I do. Can you? Like, I have no shame to share my YouTube channel, share my website. I have no shame because guess what? I have nothing to hide. So like, so when dudes are quick to call me a hater, I'm like, bro, let's check receipts. Trust me, I got more receipts than you, got more experience than you, and I probably make more money than you. Like you doing this
Yeah.
like full time. I'm not.
Yeah, I've been quite surprised, and I'll jump out this conversation with this, to kind of like put a cap on this. But I've been quite surprised at some of the characters that I know and seen in the community. Their lack of critical thinking. And their selective accountability. Um, that right there, that's that for me. Even if you think the recent events, nobody did anything wrong, which I can honestly say that, right?
Yeah, yeah.
But there's still a lot of other things I think we need to correct. And I mean, like you said, though, you travel by yourself or with people, you're an individual, right? And that's why I don't want to be with no groups, because as long as you say you groups and things of that nature, all they gotta say that group, and then they just bunch you in it. And I don't want no part of that. And lately, what I've been seeing, man, I didn't know there were so many people that call themselves passport bro. Because I'm like, I'm
you
on
know what?
Clubhouse. Just
Look,
chick talking about, yeah, no, we need the passport, bro, and just do come up and be like, oh, da. I'm a passport bro, or I've been a passport bro since such and such. I was like, what? I'm
no,
like, maybe there's something about passport bro I don't know, and I
no.
would like to
It's like,
know.
okay, when you think of the passport role, you think of MGTOW. You remember MGTOW, men going their own way.
Yes.
And now there's the manosphere. And there's the save yourself black man, some shit like that. There's all these subcategories within that encompass the manosphere, and now passport bro is squeezed into it. Before
Do you
passport
think
bros,
it's that though, or do you think
no.
because
I'm
here's
gonna
the
tell you,
thing, because
what-
here's the problem. He's the main problem with this whole thing. What is the passport bro? What is
there's
a
no clear
passport bro?
there's no clear definition, because again,
Exactly.
initially passport bros was way before the pandemic. It was used within the
Way
closed
before the
community.
pandemic.
It was used between the. Okay, it was a passport bros
I'll
without
say
the
right
actual
around
title.
end of 2018 ish.
Before
So it
that,
probably end
no.
before that.
It was before that, because I heard the term before that. The thing is, we never ran with it. It was a small travel community that kept it within the Facebook groups. I mean, Roland, you should know. You've been part of these Facebook groups back then with Charles Tyler, black men exploring their options and so forth. The thing is, it just picked up steam after Kevin Samuels, and now when you think of passport bros, what's the next? When you think of passport bro, what comes to mind?
For me, from my definition,
like right now, if I ask you, passport bros, what comes to your mind right now?
Oh wow. Okay. No. The way you ask it.
To me,
well, go ahead, bro.
Say that when you say passport bros, I didn't know anything. I would just say brothers that have passports.
Exactly.
All right, now Google passport bros right now.
I didn't even know there was a finish. I just found out yesterday.
Yeah. If you but the thing is, there's a false definition.
What is a passport bro?
No, okay. If you Google it,
just type passport bro.
Just type passport bros. You'll see what's the keyword that's associated with passport bros. One keyword.
Traveler.
Nope.
It's actually in the Urban Dictionary, bro.
Already. Okay, that's new.
Looking for wife.
Bingo. No, it's really women.
Women.
When one keyword associated with a passport bro equals women. Guys are traveling overseas to find better women.
That definition is all about women.
Yeah, that's it. It's not about traveling. It's not about the better enrichment of a man finding himself, exploring,
and that's probably
trying
a good
different
definition
things.
too.
It's not about that anymore. Before it was, but the thing is, we never had a clear definition because it was just a small community. Now,
man, you should hear the definition from the Urban Dictionary.
What is it?
It says passport bros, men who understand that Western women have drunk the Kool-Aid past the point of no return and got their passports to enjoy happiness and peace with fit, friendly foreign women.
All right, so what's the keyword? What's the keyword, guys?
Women.
That's the key word. So when you
What?
think of passport bro, you think of women. So it's like it's no longer about a black man just exploring the world and trying different things. It's about the man finding submissive, subdued women that can satisfy his needs. That's what it is.
Right.
And it's just like, we moved away from like, hey, go out there and see the world and experience life. Granted, while you experiencing life, you're going to experience women during the process. But
No
it never
shit,
was
exactly.
but it was never the leading factor. Now it has become the leading drive in why men traveling. And the thing is, if someone calls me a passport bro, I'll check your ass. No, I'm not a passport bro. I've been doing this shit way before that. And two, I'm not going to lower myself to that damn title because for one, I don't travel for that.
It can,
Now, granted,
that definition.
Now, hold up. Now, I may get it in. I ain't gonna lie. I'm gonna get it in.
But that's not your sole purpose.
That's not my sole purpose. It's what it is.
Yeah. Of course, nobody believes you when you say that.
Yeah, that's the point now. So now I'm forced to defend myself, and that's why I quick to tell people, no, I'm Black Man Travels. I'm a black man who travels, and that's why I use the word Black Man Travels. Each of us are Black Man Travels.
Yep.
I don't need a group to define why I'm traveling. I've been doing this way before that. I've been going way more places before the title has popped up. Mm-hmm. And the thing is, for me, I don't need to feel special that I'm part of a group or part of a movement. Fuck that, man. I don't need that shit.
That's why I named myself Ronin Traveler.
Yeah, Ronin Traveler. Dude, that's an awesome name.
Ronin is a warrior that has no master. As an ex-military person, we're all masterless warriors who didn't stop being warriors. We just don't have any direction. So part of that is also to encourage PTSD victims to get out and spread themselves and not feel so trapped in America so that they can come from underneath whatever they're dealing with.
I like that.
Yeah, I mean, I know the history of the Rolling Warriors. I know the history behind that. That's why when I met you, I knew exactly what you meant. It's like, oh, that's awesome. Like, I was like, yeah, that's an awesome ass name.
Right. And as I travel, I'm also going to be doing interviews with expats and asking them 10 basic questions. Asking them 10 basic questions on camera so that you get a census of all the different people, no matter what military branch, no matter what color. We all have the same ideology when it comes to our military service, our ethics, and why they decided to stay somewhere other than the United States where they actually risk their lives for.
Yeah, I have friends, guys, that have been the way further country. There's one guy that just met Tobias, the traveler. He's been to 45 countries, man. Well-spoken dude, digital nomad, professional black man.
Tobias,
yeah, Tobias, dude, he's far from that being called a passport bro. Mm-hmm. I mean, it's just like I know so many guys in this platform. You think Passport Heavy consider himself a passport bro? No,
absolutely.
Ace Alive. You think Ace Live? No. IECM, man, he doesn't consider. Again, you notice that because that was never their primary reason. Now, granted, trust me, they probably get it in. They probably are.
So let me drill on this for you. You just you just heard him read the definition that I found. I was shocked to find out on online. Looks apparently it's been there since July or sometime around 2022.
Wow.
So it's quite interesting. It came around. It was entered July or June 2022. We didn't want to ask you based on that definition there because lately what I've seen happening in the quote unquote movement, so they call it, I say the community. I feel like it's just the mixing of the gender war, and there are those that are still engaged in the gender war, and they just want to hijack or hop on, the passport bro. It's kind of crazy. I'm using it like properly, like I'm a part of some kind of gang or whatever. But I'm just using it loosely. You guys know what I mean.
Can I answer your question? But before I answer your question, I want to give a shout out to It's J Clyde, guys. It's J Clyde is not a passport bro. This dude been traveling heavily. He's in Medellin right now. This dude stays traveling, and he has a YouTube channel. He gives you guys Airbnb reviews, hotel reviews, restaurant reviews. Dude, he's a bona fide traveler. And the thing is, If you guys have not subscribed to him, make sure you check out It's J Clyde YouTube channel. Great information. If you anything around Colombia and Brazil, he's your guy to go to, and it's free. I mean, I don't know if you're charging a consultation, J Clyde. If you are, my bad, but I think it's free. but anyways, man, I just want to say this.
What's up, man?
Yeah, J Clyde is one of the dudes that I follow, man. And again, we have our inside conversation. It's just kind of foolishness that now we're being lumped into one category. And that's what, like, when dudes want to say, "Oh, you part of Passport Bros," like, nigga, I'm not. I'm not. I got my own brand. So it's just
so do you think it's the culture war trying to latch on the hottest name to kind of like thrive their gender war bullshit, taking it overseas?
Yes, it's part of the whole manosphere, MGTOW going their own way. It's part of the disgruntled black, you know what? Disgruntled men who are not getting their way in this country, and they feel the need, like, you know what, we're gonna go overseas and find better women, but they don't realize some of the issues that you think you run away from are the same issues in those countries.
Right.
But not only that though, the traveling or quote unquote passport bro or travel community, I thought most of us, I think they have a name for it, but I don't subscribe to all these pills, man. Red pill, blue pill, black pill.
But Mr. G, the black men traveling community never had a title. We were just a closed community that spoke amongst ourselves and like, hey, listen, if you want to be put on, we'll teach you the rope. That's what it was. It was a passing the torch. And again, it's like now it has become a monetized
because
movement.
There's so much incentive, the monetary incentive.
I don't even think before 2 years ago, the mongering part of it was so out there on internet. You know what I'm saying? It was guys traveling and showing different places, but they weren't so much.
The manga community
so open with it.
The manga community was always kept quiet.
Exactly.
It was kept in closed groups, always. Now it's so wide open. And we're like, yo, you don't talk about that openly. And now everyone knows.
Total lack of discretion.
Yeah, it's like there's no discretion nowadays. Like, well, just say what you want to say and everyone's going to be happy about it. You know, hey, I'm doing this, but like, dude, that's nothing to brag about. That's something you keep behind closed door. Like, hey, you have a conversation while having a drink and smoking a cigar. You don't put it on a platform. But now it's becoming to a movement where everyone wants to feel like you said, like you mentioned earlier. It's like everyone's trying to one up the next man. Like, what can I do to get more subscribers? What can I do to get more likes? So I'm gonna ask extreme questions, do extreme things. And the thing is, while you're doing it, you look awkward as hell.
Yeah.
And this whole thing, oh, get your passport and just show up. No, it doesn't work that way. Oh, yeah. You're a black man. They're gonna love you everywhere. Hell no, there's still racism in these countries, man.
And that's the thing, though. That's the thing.
We lost you. Yeah,
there's colorism in Latino countries, so I don't even know why people would even assume that. A lot of Latino countries are trying to breed out the Afrocentric part of their culture.
I agree. And that's why, like, when I hear guys tell other travelers or young travelers, oh, get your passport and show up. They're going to love you the way you are. You just need to have game.
If you're awkward in the United States, you're going to be more awkward somewhere else.
And it's sad to say, man. It's sad to say, yes, if you're lame in the States, you're going to be lame overseas. And don't think you're going to be, just because you're in another country, you're going to get that 10. Dude, trust me. That 10, that country has a lot of access to a lot of men. Mm-hmm. So you're not the only one that she's seeing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Go ahead, bro.
No. I'm good, man. Like I said, I'm a hater.
Yeah, man. People don't have any base of guidelines in this community. I'm noticing now. Well, I guess I say community. I don't even know why I say community, unless you have a little Facebook. Like, you got a Facebook, right? I mean, I'll say that's a community, but the traveling community is so wide. It's not really monolithic at all. There are some guys that travel you don't even know at all. It's one of the reasons I hate the whole title passport, bro. Because because people may think like you're in a little gang, and whenever something goes wrong, they're gonna attach it to you. Lately what I've been saying, man, kind of make me realize I made the right decision, man, not to travel with any and everybody, because imagine your face getting somewhere, picture with somebody else, and I mean, then we know somebody around here on YouTube, he's always putting people pictures and photos out there talking about stuff, deconstruct the whole narrative, and I mean, which is, I mean, something you probably can't do nothing about it besides suing them and flagging them, but I don't know, man. There's so much.
Here's the thing. Like, I have friends who are attorneys, and we talk about this a lot. When dudes are quick to say, "Oh, sue," guys, it costs money to sue somebody.
Oh yeah.
So when you quick to label, I'm gonna sue somebody, like, bro, you better have money. You better have money to put that deposit down to sue somebody. And two,
and legal fees high.
Legal fees are high. It's just hilarious, man. My thing is just move better. Like,
yeah,
the
definitely.
whole thing, and again, the whole thing with with Peso, man. Look, he's a smart guy. I mean, I'm look, I see what he's doing. He's basically using.
Boy, they
their
gonna
own
hate
content.
you, man.
Wait, no, wait, hold. Let me clarify let me clarify myself. He's very cunning.
Exactly.
Like, just like what Roland mentioned, he basically used your own content against you. And it's just like, sometimes, guys, you need to be a little more discreet, man. And it's just like, if you are trying to paint this narrative, man, you're not using the right content. And the thing, what he does, he just take it and flip it on you. And his questions, a lot of guys don't take the time to listen to his questions. You got to listen to what he's asking. And the thing is, guys just quick to respond because they're quick to defend, and they're not thinking what they're saying. And all he's doing is dissecting what you just said.
Right.
And dude, I'm in marketing, man. That's what we do. I mean, Roland, you in sales.
Right.
That's what we do.
You don't ask a question first. You don't ask a question.
Yeah, dude, I'm the type of person, I'm gonna stay quiet. I'm wait for you to ask your questions. Mm-hmm. Then while you asking your questions, I'm gonna have my questions ready behind your questions.
You gotta be strategic.
Oh yeah.
Correct. But the thing is, people are so emotional to respond because he's going against the movement. It's like, dude, he has every right to say and do whatever he please. He has the right. I'm not saying it's right or wrong, but he has the right. But the thing is, guys, not only you say using your own words, it's kind of crazy, man. When somebody, it's not like they can read something you write down. It's not. They have your image right there. They have a live movie. And dudes, I don't know why dudes do that, man. They put some shit on camera. Like, why? I had a podcast last week, guys, that talked about protecting your digital footprint. And I went live. I went live on that based on what happened last week with Austin Holloman in Brazil. And I was just like, guys, I'm in digital marketing, man. I've been doing digital marketing for almost 20 years now. Guys, the internet never forgives and never forgets. What you post stays there forever. You could delete it as much as you want. It's there. That footprint is already there. And the thing is, people don't realize you got to be mindful of what you say and what you post, because the thing is, it could be misinterpreted in so many ways. You may had intentions to say this to mean that way, but the way I interpreted was the opposite.
Yeah, you could be filming your own conviction, and lately what happens, even though people already know my opinion on this entire topic with the young man. I don't necessarily think he did something black and white wrong, but most of y'all probably call me hater because the way I criticize them so strong. But it's not what you do, but how you do it.
But
right, and I know people always saying that, oh, there was a white person doing the same thing. Yada yada.
I don't care what a white person does. That's something that we as black people need to stop doing. We need to stop comparing ourselves to other races of people, because you know what? They're not judged the same way as us.
Never will be.
And the thing is, guys, like, I'm in corporate. You guys in military. You know how it is. You judge different compared to your counterparts. It's what it is. And the thing is, they expect you to fail. So when you give people live ammunition to use against you, you can't blame them when they use it against you.
Nope.
So for me, like, I never one time I did a live podcast, I went all in, man. And the next day I went for a walk, and I would listen to my own podcast, and I do that every morning. I re-listen to it, and I noticed I was just talking nonsense. I was like, oh hell no. I deleted it. Because again, I don't want that to be a representation of myself. So I'm very mindful of what I post, what I talk about, because again, I don't want that to be used against me. Because again, I promote Black Man Travels. Like, I literally promote it all over the place. People know Black Man Travels is associated with me. So the thing is, I got to make sure the content that I post on the website, on my YouTube channel, on my TikTok is corporate clean. Because I don't want that to I don't want that to hurt me.
I'm glad I grew up in a time where there was just basically cell phones and pagers. Not even cell phones.
Dial-ups, huh?
Pay phones and pagers.
No dial-ups. What you call those those phone where you dial it, you turn it, the ring thingy?
Oh,
rotary.
The rotary phones. I had one of those.
Yeah. When I was growing up, they barely had cable, bro. I didn't have to worry about all this social media. You drop one thing on the internet and it's there forever type of crap when I was growing up. You know?
You guys had yellow pages, huh? No.
We had white pages.
After.
Yeah, we had white pages.
Yep.
We can look you up, man. Prank call you.
It's crazy.
Payphone. You know those payphones?
No caller ID, none of that.
Mm-hmm.
But I think just right now, I mean, the whole Passport Bro movement. I have a good friend, No Excuse. He has the Passport Bro podcast. Right. He has great intention for the movement, but he's just one guy against so many. Like I see where No Excuse try to take
I seen him. He said he copyrighted the Passport Bro.
Yes, he did. Yes,
that's who I was on Clubhouse with.
Yes, he has.
Yeah, he was on Clubhouse. I was in his chat the day after that, or right.
Yeah, No Excuse. No Excuse, a good, well-known traveler with tons of receipts. I actually attended his wedding last year in Colombia. Great guy.
You did?
Yeah, I was there. And he has great intention for on the message that he wants to preach. But the thing is one person against many. If you listen to a lot of other platforms around the same type of Passport Bros, dude, it's just a lot of dudes just bitching.
But you know what it is? Brothers are with the cloud chasing and everything. It's just the algorithm game. People people support what the algorithms support. But these dudes, and this is the problem, this entire shit, and I may even start my channel on the back of this entire thing, criticizing the travel community, because I think this entire thing that has happened recently is just really show, and I'm a Black man, but I'll just be honest, it's just show the lack of leadership. It reflects that way. You think brothers will know each other's brother, know who are the real travelers. Brothers will support the guys who are the real travelers that have the real information. Brothers will organize and have some sort of guidelines among some sort of conglomerate of YouTubers or whatnot.
Right.
You think brothers will do that?
No excuses about locking down that name since he has a copyright on it.
Yeah, we talked about that offline.
Yeah, and controlling the narrative. So we had talked to him about doing that, and actually.
But the problem is
what a Passport Bro is. That way, the fallout doesn't come back on him, because he has that copyright. He could be held legally liable for some things based on that name alone.
I mean, as much as we want to spin the movement in a positive direction, it's just right now just too many negative imagery content that is around it. I mean, Just recently you heard about the guy in the Philippines that was arrested. He called himself, he literally called himself as a Passport Bro, and he's arrested.
Did he call himself Passport Kings?
Yeah, Passport Kings, but
he's Travel Kings.
It's Expat Kings.
Expat Kings, yes.
Yeah, but he considered himself as a Passport Bro. He literally said that, and dude's arrested.
Oh, I mean, so you mean he rose up the same time as the other young guy. The other king?
Yeah, man, he's a young dude, but it's just, again, guys, we're associating a name with a negative perception, and the perception now is all over the place. So now when they see a black man traveling, they instantly assume that he's traveling for one
Even if
thing.
you're not a passport bro.
Yeah, even if you're not a passport, you could be. You know, here's the crazy: you could be a businessman traveling overseas for business, but they assume that because you're on the plane going to Brazil, oh, he's going there for one thing. But they don't even know that you probably have multiple businesses and a family there. But they assume that that's what you are, and that's the thing. It's just like they're instantly lumping everyone in the same category, and I don't agree with that.
Yeah,
And
but
again,
unfortunately, you know, it's just hard to distinguish between, because the whole thing with the whole passport, that's just like a wildfire just running.
Look,
Because it's like you can
It's almost like
distinguish.
you're being profiled while you're in a car driving while black.
yeah,
Now traveling while you're black, all of a sudden you're a passport bro.
Mm-hmm.
You're getting lumped in that same way. That's what I think Kunal's trying to say is you're being lumped in just because you're a brother that's traveling.
But it's hard to distinguish though.
even though you're not
Well, the
even
thing is-
associated with them.
but here's the thing, Mr. G, the title is brand spanking new. It's just like, you know, at the end of the day, as long as you look, I guess for me, again, I see things from a marketing perspective. I'm doing whatever I can to distance myself from that.
Right.
Mhm.
It's just like, you know, for me, I'm okay, guys. I'm okay not being invited to certain platforms on YouTube because the way I say certain things, I give out certain real
You
information.
sure, man? You sure you don't want to grow your channel, man?
I'm good, man. I'm good.
You don't
I'm-
wanna kiss the king's ring?
No, I'm good. I'm good with my 5 views. I'm good with my 5 views, man. I'm good with that, man. It is what it is, man. Like for me, this is a hobby, man. This is a hobby. I'm more focused on getting these 2 contracts.
In all seriousness, I maybe, you know how they say, you know, when you're not in a situation, you gotta see it a different way. Hindsight is 2020, but I don't know. I mean, if I were a YouTuber or whatnot, I mean, well, if I were a YouTuber right now, I mean, I have like two other checks coming in besides just the YouTube. I mean, I guess I probably wouldn't sweat the YouTube, but I guess if this my only checks, yeah. But I just don't know how I would have like sold out on my morals and like standards and things of that nature, because dudes be tripping, man. Like, just because, you know, I have a friend on Clubhouse, he said this lovable character. If you're not a lovable character, a character that they love, any other time you sneeze, they'll call you a passport pookie. But since you're a lovable character, they want to extend and flex the rules and shit. I'm sorry, I'm going on rant.
No. As I said before, I'm not afraid to let someone know that, hey, this is what I do. Here's my website. I'm quick to promote my website. It's like, hey, it's blackmantravel.com. It's easy to remember. Black Man Travels. I'm not afraid to, like, you know, I'm okay having 5 views, 10 views. Like even after I edited a awesome video, a trip video, I only get 20 views. I'm okay with that, man. I'm blessed. I think whenever someone leaves a comment, I thank them. Thank you so much for your comment.
Yeah,
it's what it is. I'm not gonna grow because I'm not controversial. I'm not on the hot topic. I'm just not.
Mm-hmm.
Like what I talk about is boring. I talk about digital nomad. I talk about health and wellness. I talk about finding real relationships. I talk about, you know, starting a business overseas. They don't want to hear that, man. They want to hear that. Like this is what I think. The current state of the black man just want a bitch. That's it. You know what? Fuck it, man. The current state of a black man just wants to complain like a bitch, man. He's just complaining. That's it. He's constantly complaining about, you know, why he's not finding this and why he's not getting this job.
Back to the Kevin Samuels thing, where a lot of the modern men are more feminized than the women.
No, they are, man. I was listening to Obsidian Live, some shit. Obsidian.
Obsidian. Yeah.
Obsidian. Oh man.
Like he's banking off of these incel dudes, man. I'm like, these guys were calling in, complaining, crying. I'm like, man.
Like, he had a call-in show. They were calling and crying.
Yeah, they're just complaining about women.
I like Obsidian, but over the years, he drains you, man.
But my thing is this, man. How many times can you talk about women?
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. And this is wait. This is the thing for me. You probably, the way you talk, you must be I don't know, I would say if a fan, but you must follow MOT. And he talk about this. These guys, they get in that perpetual cycle. And I thought us guys, traveling guys, we're like, okay, we good with all this shit. We're moving on. We're moving on. You know, but people want to take this gender war shit and talk about it and take it overseas. And it's one of the reasons why we are right now, man. And people be cloud chasing, even if you were to go viral, my brother, and you get a bunch of subscribers, I hope that you don't let the fame get to your head and all of a sudden you want to push,
Look, let me tell you this.
pushing.
I'm gonna tell you this: the person that I would like to be, real talk, is Passport Heavy. I love how this man moves, man.
Yeah,
Passport
Jabril.
Heavy,
Yeah.
real dude. I'm a huge fan of his work, dude.
I agree with you.
I was about to say F. Listen, I could
That's
care
the best
less
quality in the space, right?
Look, yeah, I could care
He's
less
got the
about
best
Passport
quality
Bros.
production. Period.
It's just like his position. I rather get corporate dollars than cash apps. I'm
Yep.
sorry. Give me the corporate dollars. Keep your cash apps.
And
I
you
wanna
know
be
what?
on-
And you know what? That kid could have been that though. That kid could have reached that.
Well,
But
I
it's a
mean,
lot of old heads that fucked him up.
no. I mean, he's still young, man. I mean,
He's still 23. Matter of
he's
fact, he
young.
just did an interview on TV and on Channel 26.
He
and
did well. He did very well.
But
He did, but the guy
sticking
went
to the
Reddit
same
and
line
Reddit is
is
saying,
not
he's
gonna
only
get him.
23 years old. So
Well, I mean,
he doesn't have a position to say he's lived life long enough
yeah.
to deal with American women, even to
He-
say
I mean,
go overseas.
let's take a step back, guys.
yeah.
Let's take a step back. At 23, I was a knucklehead, bro.
Exactly.
I was a bouncer. I was a bouncer in South Beach, man, ready to fight anybody. Knucklehead. I mean, for him to be 23 and traveling the world, that's awesome. But the thing is, I think he learned this whole experience humbled him, and it's just he's gonna learn and get better. And then,
So-
granted,
So
granted, he's gonna evolve. He's gonna evolve from this. And I
Okay.
even noticed that some of his recent content in Thailand were different from Brazil, completely different. So I think let's just stop being hard on him, man. It's like he's a good kid.
Yeah.
I mean, when I see him, I see my nephews, I see my son,
yeah, I'm rooting for him.
and it's like my thing is like for content creators, don't cater to your audience, man. Don't let your audience dictate your content.
No.
And that's the problem. Like even marketing, don't let your customers dictate your marketing. It is what it is. Don't let nobody dictate what your intentions are. And it's like he's young. He's a young man. He made a mistake. He learned from it. He's gonna get better. I wish nothing but the success for him, man.
Yeah.
But
Him to be aware as he is at 23 is awesome.
that's awesome, man. Dude, how many 23-year-olds thinking and moving the way he does? Even during the interview. I mean, granted, I saw how the newscaster was trying to trap him, but he did a great job. I was impressed. I listened to the entire thing. I was like, wow, he did a good job.
I mean, he did good for somebody. He probably doesn't have no
I'm
coaching,
concerned-
productions, none of that.
I'm concerned about the dudes, the lower level dudes that's just trying to get attention. Those are the ones that I'm concerned of. Man, look, Austin has Mr. Austin Holloman.
So you're
Bro-
concerned that there's
Wait,
no
hold on,
level?
hold on. Wait. I got a message for him. Mr. Austin Holloman, brother. Young man, listen, you have a bright future ahead of you. Continue to work on your craft. Do not let your audience dictate the type of content that you should deliver. Always remember that. That's a marketing 101. And 2, I hope you learn from this mistake and get better. I saw some of the recent content that you created in Thailand. Man, awesome. I see the storytelling that you're putting into it. Man, continue to do that. Reach out to the OGs. Sit down, listen, and listen. Don't talk, just listen. 23 years old. You have a bright future in YouTube, man. Just get better at it. Work on your equipment. Upgrade your equipment. Get that drone you're talking about getting. Perfect your craft, man. For me, I wish you nothing but the best. Just be mindful, man. Keep the right people around your circle, man. Don't cater to your audience. That's all I got to say, man. I mean, I don't want to bash this young man. He made a mistake. He learned from it. I think we just need to move on. That's it. Now it's just about the dudes after him. Those are the ones that we need to be concerned. The ones that be doing that creepy shit. That's not a
Yeah,
good look.
yeah. He definitely will learn. He definitely will learn. All right, because I'm not gonna hold you, man. I've caught myself at times. I'm like, wait, damn, this motherfucker's young as shit. You know what I'm saying? And I have criticized him. You know, I'm not gonna lie, but
My
he
thing
has a
is when
high
you got
ceiling.
motherfuckers in their 40s and 50s doing dumb shit.
Exactly.
That's
Yeah.
my concern. I'm like, dude, you 50 years old. What the hell you doing?
Yeah,
Like,
the dudes. So you talking about the dudes that are after him that may be trying to get those views, and they're gonna be like
I'm
pushing it,
not.
try to be a little edgy.
I'm not. Don't trap me,
But I'm
man.
not
I'm not.
name dropping nobody.
I'm
No, you don't have to
not.
drop. I didn't drop. I didn't name
Hey,
drop. I
hey,
didn't name drop.
hey, dude, I had a couple of wine drinks in me, man. Look, I'm just saying, look, just be mindful what you post, man. I mean, I understand you're trying to get views, you're trying to get likes. Don't be thirsty, man. That's all I gotta say. Don't be thirsty about it. That's it. I mean, the thing is, people forget traveling is a leisure activity. It's not that shit's not gonna save your fucking life. It's a leisure activity, and and also it's an expensive leisure activity. That
Very
shit costs
expensive.
money, and that's what I do. I ain't trying to beef with another dude about how I travel. Fuck that, man. I ain't got time for that.
Yeah.
I mean, at the end of the day, man, listen, go out. If you want to do that particular activity, go out and do it. But just
Just be
understand that
responsible.
just be smart how you move, man.
Just don't
Like,
talk about it. Go do what
like
you
the
gotta
old
do and keep it
the
to
OGs
yourself.
taught us. The OGs taught us to keep
For
it
real,
discreet.
man.
Keep it
Yeah.
discreet, man. That's what the OGs taught us.
But you
Somehow
know
you
what it
guys
is
decide.
though.
Go ahead.
You know what it is, Keno. I think it's the whole I wouldn't say lately, but it's been a little while since the whole term, quote unquote, show your receipts, and I think a lot of travelers have let me got into the head.
But they're not showing receipts. They're not. That's the point. That's what I said earlier about only 10% are actually doing the traveling, while the 90% are just watching and talking about it. Like you never notice like a lot of these other YouTubers are using other people's content as some type of form of reaction
Mm-hmm.
or response. They're not providing their own content.
You're right.
That's why I look at the whole movement as guys just talking about, okay, they trying to squeeze in the manosphere principles onto Passport Bros. Oh, you need to find a submissive woman. But dude, you're 21 years old. What do you mean talking about finding a submissive woman? What
Yeah.
can you do for a woman? Can you even provide for a woman at
But
21
but
years
but
old?
but 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 Keno, I mean, hear what you just said, right? And I agree, but we're a bunch of, I mean, the young
We're
kids will
Guamon.
say
We're old men.
old ass
Yeah, go
niggas,
ahead and say
right?
it.
Yeah, but
I'm old.
We're
Old for
old,
them.
man.
We're
yeah,
old-minded.
but with the rise of the young man that has risen up, and we heard what you said, the submissive thingy, because and that's where it kind of lost me, and I feel like somebody, even if I had access to him, even if our friendship would have messed up, I would have told him that, right? Because there's a certain perspective you have. Because being 38 years old, having been in the military, I've traveled way before that. Like, I feel sorry for a lot of the young cats coming up because the way these, I call them red pill dope pushers, they're like dope pushers. Some of these red pillars. And some of these young cats got a lot of frustration they're dealing with, like Austin. So sometimes they don't know how to deal with it, right? And this is why you have like dudes, getting finessed for like $1,500 dating courses. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Hey,
So I
Roland,
feel
you know what? I want Roland to answer that question. Roland, what are your thoughts about these dating coaches trying to incorporate into
First of
traveling?
all, I'm going to chime in on what he said about kids, young kids.
Yeah.
All my sons are in their 20s. Besides from my oldest, he's 35.
so you can relate to what I'm saying.
So I asked my sons, are they dating anybody? And they're kind of religious when it comes to certain things, and they look for morals in women. He said, Dad, the dating market here sucks. They're in California.
Oh, California.
He goes, none
Yeah.
of these women are even worth my time, or even talking to them because of the way they present themselves. Literally, they are eliminating every woman in the area that's their age because of the simple fact of how they were raised and how fluent, different situations are with the millennials, sex wise, the way they talk, their mannerisms, their masculinity when it comes to certain things. My sons ain't putting up with that. I'm damn near wanting them to get passports so I can take them around and let them see. They're in their 20s now. They should be able to travel. But a dating coach, I think, is a scam. Personally, you just need to practice. You need to get some gumption about yourself, grab your nuts, and go be a man and start learning how to talk to people. If you're an introvert, if you're somebody that's a geek and just ain't used to it, guess what? I grew up as a geek and I'm an introvert by nature. But I'm an introvert extrovert because my job forced me to go out and be sociable. You got to be able to talk to people. You got to be able to relate. You get what I'm saying? But that's a social skill maybe that parent did not allow him to develop because they kept him in the house behind a fucking computer or playing a video game. But at the end of the day, it's only going to take time and practice of going out and talking to random people. You don't need a coach for that. You just need to go and do it because coaches is going to tell you to do the same goddamn thing. And sales is repetition. You gotta get X amount of no's before you get that first yes. And then you can do law of averages after that. You know how many people you got to make phone calls to get that second yes. And then the better you get as far as efficiency on talking and smoothing out your pitch, now instead of you calling 10 people to get one yes, now you're calling 5 and getting 3 out of 5 yeses. It's all repetition. You got to be able to talk and get that shit out by yourself. Nobody can coach you into that. You either have it or you don't. Your mic's off, Kano.
My teens, man, I was a very shy kid. Even though, like, I was one of those big silent type kids. Like, yeah, you look at me, I'm big, tall, whatever, but I was quiet and I was extremely shy. Like, you give me a compliment, I'm all blushing. I'm dark skinned. It's just like, but I learned, man, I had to get out of my shell, man. It was a process. The thing is, you got a lot of these kids, man, they think, the world should be handled to them without working for it. So they just bitch about it. And for me, I had to continue to work on myself. Like, I remember, like, presentations. Now I do presentations. I could do presentations to a room of 500 people and not even sweat. But at one point, dude, I used to shake. I used to stutter, like extremely stutter. Mm-hmm. And I had to work on that. And that's the thing. A lot of these young men don't want to work. They don't want to work on themselves and get better, man. It's like, dude, you're 20.
Not even in general conversation, which is ridiculous because of texting and everything else.
Yeah,
you can't even have a general conversation with some of these guys.
You can't. Like my nephews,
not
man.
Used to interactions like that.
My nephews like that. They'll text me. I'm like, dude, you better call me. Exactly. I'm not doing this texting back and forth. But they feel a little uncomfortable at times. I'm like, wow, you guys are so antisocial. And so when I hear these guys in their 20s bitching about women, I'm like, dude, you're just starting.
But his have you had with these women? How many times have you actually had no's?
Dude, I had no's all over the place.
Right.
Guess what? Them same no's.
You really wanted to talk to that one.
I tell you this, those same no's in my 20s, they see me now. I'm pushing 45. Them same no's that said to me,
they all
they look, hey man, I look at them, they're like, oh hell no. I was like hell, they see me moving and shaking, doing all this stuff, like, yep, that could have been you.
But with the way you guys sort of highlight that question that I had, so spin that around now that we have the young men we have in the community, evangelizing the way he's evangelizing. I guess he's bringing more participant in this thing. That's what a lot of people have said. They said that's what his presence is good for, and I can see a lot of people maybe getting interest, right? but the crowd is getting much younger.
Oh, absolutely.
So now
Yeah.
let's go back to what y'all just said, right? Because me at 38, me being Asian, it's like l'école la caille l'église, church, home,
Yeah.
school.
Yeah.
That's
That
all
was
I
my
knew,
life.
church, home, school. I
That's
That's
the
my
way
didn't know
I
what
life.
grew up.
I didn't know what it's like to take a girl to the movie at 15, 16 years old. I never had that. I don't even know that. I came up
My
like,
first date was a prom. My
Dude,
mom
yeah,
made me go.
that was my first date. My first date
man,
was my senior
I,
prom,
man, at
18
least
years
you had
old.
a prom. I mean, at least you had a date. I went to my prom. I didn't have the date that I was gonna. A girl from my church I wanted to go with me. My dad was like, my man, bruh, my people's man. Can all know exactly. My dad is like a big religious fanatic, right? So when I went to the military and I had like a big brother, man, brother from Alabama, he took me under his wing. He taught me the rope and stuff like that, and then still I had to put in a lot of work myself to
Correct.
actually get the game. Like
Exactly.
what these dudes call the game. Like I'm not saying I'm a master gamer, obviously, because I haven't been doing this all my life, but I had to get it off the muscle. You know what
Right.
I'm saying? And I feel sorry for some of these young kids because it's so much frustration. But look now to what you guys saying. Look now to what's going on in the community. Guys are getting. I waited and I had to learn and I did learn.
Yeah.
But if I was 22, 23 right now, like that young man who's part of this topic we're talking about, I would have not been waiting. He's getting a lot of people interested, be like, fuck this shit. I'm not doing this learning curve. And then you got all these grifters online trying to sell them game. And lately what we've been saying on the traveling side is like, look, all you got is game. Like I can show you receipts. I got proof, yada yada. And really and truly, the passport thing seems to make more sense than the game route.
Yeah.
So these kids gonna get to a
Cheaper.
point they don't want to spend money on this game lessons and shit, So they're gonna go straight to the real thing. So the crowd is gonna get much younger. It's getting much younger.
It is actually. I have my oldest son, the one that says "go to sleep." That's my son right there, man. Shout out to you. Shout out to you, Hunter. So
Is it really? That's cool,
yeah,
man.
yeah, man. He's being nosy. Take your ass to sleep, boy. But anyways, I mean, my thing is just like you're right. They are getting younger, but it's kind of sad, and that's why they have a market to target. They think that going overseas is going to be easy, and it's not going to be easy. And again, a lot of these people in these countries are living to survive. So their game is a lot tougher than your game.
Mm-hmm.
Sex to them is nothing. Because let's keep it real. A lot of people overseas have sex at a younger age versus Americans. So for them, it's like, all right, cool. I need to break you off. All right, cool. But guess what? You're gonna break me off too. So when guys say, go, get your passport, come to Brazil, go to Colombia, whatever. Yeah, they're gonna go there and get hurt emotionally and physically and financially. So it's gonna be interesting because like even with the drug cases, like dude, the number of drugging and robbing in Colombia has gone up higher since the pandemic.
Oh yeah.
And then you're gonna
It wasn't
send
like
some
that
lame
before.
guy that's not even used to talking to anybody over there as a sacrificial lamb to the wolves that are waiting to take advantage of him.
Yeah. And imagine some of these young kids, dealing with, I don't want to say, I almost say nation and nationality. I'm not gonna say it, but dealing with some of these characters we've heard, and you guys gonna know who I'm talking about. Where guys, you've heard stories of guys renting apartment and then they go to the States and come back, apartment is empty. It's crazy. Some of these young kids, they're gonna get out there and start dealing with that kind of situation at a young age.
I'll tell you
If
this.
the movement, I think the movement is gonna keep growing.
I speak to my son. My son is 19. He plays football at a university here in Georgia. I don't want to say the university, but he plays football, defensive tackle, big kid. I tell him, listen, man, work on your craft. Don't worry about the women.
They're gonna
Use this
be there.
time now to build. 'Cause trust me, when you're done, they're gonna come after you.
That's what my dad always said. Women always gonna be here.
Women always gonna be there. Work on your craft. Get your
Yeah.
shit together. The thing is, they want to sell you game. Fuck game. You don't need game. Get your money up. Get your, get the help you
Dirtiest
need.
dude that's wealthy right now has got baddest looking chick on his arm.
Oh yeah, man. I
He
mean,
didn't
come
have to
on.
have no game. He had the money.
You think Elon Musk need game? Do you think Bill Gates need game? They don't need game. Like, I'm Bill Gates.
Yeah, these game guys, they're still talking about it, man. Talking about, oh, you don't have game. Just that. It's like, man,
Look,
it makes no sense. And they can't even explain what game means to you. Like,
game is it's like this. Okay, if you comparing yourself to a guy that's 6'6", 235 pounds, muscle bound, you 5'8", you think because you got game, you're gonna pull more chicks than him? He doesn't need to open his mouth.
mm-hmm.
His presence alone will just draw all the women towards him.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why I tell guys all the time, man, work on yourself, man. You don't need to pay for, you don't need to pay for a coach to teach you game. If you're going through some father or mother issues, go seek therapy. If you got some weight issue, go take your ass to the gym. If you don't like your warehouse job, go pick a trade. There's so many trades you can make 6 figures in 3 years.
And that's the
plumber,
problem with guys
electrician.
making this entire thing all about, boxes, because there was people who was around the guy offering to have, information session or workshops on how to get IT jobs and things of that nature. Again, I hate to criticize them, but I can't help it, man. Instead of using the damn virtual job list, he went and sell it instead of using it. And he had so many homie dudes that are in IT. I mean, I don't have. If I wanted to reach to
He
something,
was
I
not
could
the
reach
only
out to
person.
something.
You know what? I could chime in on that. He was not the only person selling that. It was a few other guys selling the same list.
You're right.
Guys,
You're right.
This is the same list that they were selling that you could pull from ND for free.
Way back, that list is
And
old as
again,
hell.
guys, these are customer service jobs. These are not the 6 figures, cybersecurity, AWS cloud, Azure cloud, digital marketing cloud jobs that you can work remotely and make 6 figures. These were your $14 an hour, $20 an hour jobs. So, guys, just be mindful who you're listening to. I mean, I understand they probably have more subscribers, and hence you think that they're experts. They're really not. Some of the best YouTubers that I listen to don't have a lot of subscribers, but I know they have the skill set and receipts to back it up. So just be mindful of that. And guys, just be smart, man. To the younger guys, look, just work on you, man. Take your ass to the gym, study, and grind. I mean, you're young, you could grind. This is your time to grind. And I think, Roland, you could probably agree with me. If you're 21 years old, grind your ass off. So by the time you hit your 30s, you don't have to grind.
My
Exactly.
thing is, when you were younger, you had the time to make all the mistakes and get fluent with it. So you make all your mistakes while you're in your 20s. By the time you're in your 30s, everything flows like water. You should be stacking cash because now you've already broken your teeth. You already know what you're doing in your career. Now you should be excelling. You should be getting promoted. You should be able to do X amount of things better than you were doing back in your 20s. It's all repetition. It's the same thing we're talking with women. You have to put in the work.
Yep.
The earlier you start, the better you're going to be.
Yep.
But delaying it by trying to push off or shirk the responsibility is not going to help you.
And that's why I'm on your ass, Hunter. You hear me, boy? I'm on your ass. I know you tell me to go to sleep, but it's like, hey, it is what it is, man. I tell them like, hey, listen, you got to put in the work in now.
Yep.
Like, don't worry about partying. I mean, yeah, you want to party.
That's the biggest thing, even in a pro. It takes 10,000 hours to be an expert at something.
Yep.
You don't have your 10,000 hours in, you ain't close to being a professional at whatever you're trying to do.
For real.
Man, Yo, guys, shit. Wow, it's been 3 hours.
Yeah, I'm looking at the clock, man. I was just telling my girl, I said, we in a marathon tonight.
Hey, it's all good, man. I'm still
Right.
drinking. You know, I'm drinking my last
I see you
bottle
over there
because
sipping.
yeah, man. Because after tomorrow, man,
I can't sip. I can't.
Oh,
can't
you
sip.
starting
I'm down. No, I'm down 45 pounds from that trip.
Oh yes, man. No,
wow, nice.
I box. I box.
Oh, you box.
Yeah, I box. I do boxing, and I told my coach, man, you know, I was in DR for almost a month. I gained some weight, and he just kind of like sent me like just laughed, like, "Boy, I got your ass." I'm like, "Damn." So I'm enjoying this last.
The trash can the first time you get.
Oh
that
yeah, I mean, honestly, I probably vomit. I probably
Yeah.
do all type. It's like, all right, it's what it is. But I figured, you know what? This is my last day, so I went to Burger King, got me a triple Whopper with cheese and bacon. I'm like, fuck, this is my last.
He said they're gonna bring me in there. I'm gonna get that last burger in.
Hey, I was like, man, when he told me, like, hey, man, I got your ass. I was like, I knew instantly. I'm like, damn. So I drove my ass to Burger King, man.
Wow.
Got me a triple Whopper with cheese.
Just defiant as hell.
Man. I said, well, this is my last time living. So it's like, let me enjoy it. So I bought
I saw some of them pictures from the vacation. I said, I'm fucking tired of this shit. I cannot be walking around here looking like that.
Yeah.
So then I literally, while I was on the ship, even all the food that was around, I was still eating, but I was so active during that trip. I had lost 20 pounds even while I was on the trip.
Wow. That's awesome, man.
And now I'm down another 31. So, yeah, man.
Health as well.
When
Definitely.
you put your mind to it, you can do anything.
Yeah, speaking of that, guys, I mean, that's one of the reasons I want to move overseas because I want to maintain a very healthy lifestyle, you know, be able to eat more healthy and cleaner food, things of that nature.
Oh, yeah.
Keno, what are your plans as far as like long term down the road? I know you have your son. I don't know if you're waiting till he graduate college or whatnot. As far as like on the permanent sides or on the side of early retirement, what's that looking like for you? You too, Mister. I never cut your name.
Alex is my name.
Alex. Yeah. Are you looking at moving, expanding anytime soon, or is that something that's in your plan?
Initially, right now I'm in Kansas City, Missouri, but I'm moving to Texas. So I'm gonna actually buy a house in Texas probably within the next year and a half.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm also looking at rental property in other countries. So I'm gonna do the Airbnb thing. So
okay, I see what you're doing.
Cancun is one of the places I've already decided I'm gonna buy a condo in because it stays busy 365 days a year.
Oh yeah.
You know, you're right there on the beach, and a lot of those condos were running 175 to 250.
Oh wow, that's not bad.
Right on the beach. You know, so that's a worthwhile investment because the overhead on it can be tripled just on a Airbnb stay. You know, so I can double down on the premium of that mortgage and get it paid off quicker. You know, if I can keep it occupied that whole 365 days, besides for the days that I might want to go down and spend. You know, then I'm footing a tab for that.
Mm-hmm.
I even have property managers down there that I already know because I rented a lot of Airbnbs. I've been down there like 7 to 10 times. So that's like a second home. That was the place I was going mostly during the pandemic was Cancun or Tulum.
Cancun, yeah.
You know.
Yeah, that's a big what you call it, spring break.
Yeah, it's a big party
vacation.
Like I said, 365 days a year, that place is packed. Period.
Yeah, you guarantee your money. You definitely gonna stay booked with that if you have your spot over there.
Yeah, and then I was looking at possibly Thailand or another country like Colombia having another condo somewhere. You know, those are the places I'm researching now by going down there. Like Costa Rica is going to be one of the places I'm looking at. So within the next month or two, I'm flying down there with a purpose. When I go to Thailand, it's also going to be a purpose of my girl is looking to do a clothing line. So I want to look for a clothing manufacturer because you can buy a dress in Thailand for 100 baht, which is like $4. You get what I'm saying?
Mhm.
They're manufacturing dresses that are nice looking dresses, and you're only paying 150, 200 baht for them. So there's clothing manufacturers there. Why not have your designs made by somebody that's a clothing manufacturer in Thailand, and then have them shipped to wherever distributor point you want to have them shipped to? Whether it be
Facts.
on
Facts.
AliExpress. That's how AliExpress is getting away with the shit that they get away with.
And guys, that's one of our pillars for Black Men Travels business ventures, man. It's like a lot of brothers are doing big things overseas, man. I actually started investment in DR. That's why I'm there often. So you guys are gonna be hearing more about this once it lifts off. But a lot of guys are doing big things, man.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a lot of opportunity for us. If you have
Just
the
thinking out of
capital,
the box, man. You got to think out of the box.
yeah, if you have the capital and you put the time and the research into it, you can make money overseas.
Yeah, that's one of the things. I know my last trip to Colombia, I looked at a few places. I mean, I got so many numbers and pictures on my phone, but DR, I'm definitely gonna be looking, because Colombia, I'm not really sure where, because Cali, because it's not a big touristy town. Because I saw these studios, they're brand new. I probably forget.
But no one doesn't go there.
Yeah, that's the thing about Cali, and I guess maybe like, Medellin, you can make your money, or Cartagena, but Cartagena's probably expensive as heck by now.
Yeah, Cartagena is oversaturated. So
Mm-hmm.
and
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
you missed the
DR, I'm
market.
definitely gonna be. Mhm.
I think you could probably make money in DR. Cali, it's kind of hard because a lot of tourists don't go to Cali. They either go to Medellin or they go to Cartagena. But DR, there's still growing opportunities depending where you are. What you could do too, you could actually rent an apartment in DR, like maybe somewhere in Santo Domingo, like one of the more tourist areas. Rent an apartment, furnish it, then rent it out as an Airbnb. They will let you do it.
Mhm.
They don't care as long as you make your payments. They're good. One of my boys, he rented an apartment in Puerto Plata. He paid it off in 1 year. He gave the property owner the 1 year rental
Mhm.
up front. Like, yo, this is for the year, and he rented the place out. He's doubling his money.
Mm.
Yeah,
Really?
Yeah. That's the way to work your money. That's definitely a thing. That's the advantage of being overseas too. You got to take advantage. Your money goes
dollars in your favor, man.
Yeah.
That's true. Especially a lot
I
of
can tell my
places.
mom, like I was telling my mother, I said when I start traveling more, so even though I'm buying a house here, I don't care. I'm buying it so you can fit in the house too, because when I'm traveling, at least you'll be here. I can pay the mortgage and everything remotely. I don't need to be here.
My girl in DR, she brought a car. So what she does, she rents her car out to tourists. And the tourists.
Where your girl stay?
She stays in Cabete, North Coast.
Okay. Well, her name is not Eldini.
Nah, man. Nobody don't know her, dog.
My bad.
Don't even try.
Oh, no. I'm sorry. I thought you meant like a home girl, not your girl.
Nah. This is my main girl.
Your man. I'm sorry. I thought you meant like a home girl.
That's
my
all
bad.
good, man.
I got lost. I got distracted. Sorry.
No, it's all good, man. Nah, this is my main, man. This is my main. This is the one that I'm taking out to fucking Guatemala and Belize. But,
You took her to Colombia, right?
Yeah. She got paid. She came to the States, man. She been to Miami, Chicago, New York.
Oh, she got a visa.
Yeah, she got a visa. Oh, I got a smart one, man.
Well, you got your legit.
I picked her up
on that topic. On that, allow me, please. Look, one thing I'm kind of noticing, and going down there, I'm gonna get the confirmation if it's that or not. It seems like when it comes to like DR versus Colombia, if you kind of want you a man, a smart chick, whatnot, it looks like the women of DR, or the DR itself, it's a little bit more, got people that are a little bit more not more advanced, I'll say, but women that are more upwardly mobile. I'll
tell you this.
It's easier to get that in DR.
No, well, Dominican is more Americanized than Colombia. Because Dominican Republic is highly extremely influenced by American culture, extremely.
Heavily.
So, depending on where you are, a lot of women are now starting to get into this, being independent, wanting careers, wanting, wanting to be able to be self-sufficient. That's Dominican Republic now. It's changing. A lot of these countries in Latin America is changing. So,
Mhm.
like for me, my girl, I met her. We've been together for 7 years. I met her when she was 22, and she was like a senior in college. And so I met her by accident. It was by a weird ass accident, man. And of course, I shit test her as much as I could. But I was like, all right, cool. She passed every fucking test. She graduated. I was at her graduation. She took English classes.
She didn't
Wow.
Western Union poppy you to death?
Huh? No. I really. I mean, I still kind of like
Dudes
break
don't
her
even
off.
understand. But I'm saying dudes don't even understand Western Union poppy.
Yeah,
They're gonna
yeah.
always ask for something within 30
I mean,
minutes.
my thing is this. My thing is like, okay, when I was married, I was taking care of my wife.
Right.
My youngest son, due to the fact that his special needs, she decided not to work. We both agreed that she should stay home and take care of him. Which she did an amazing job with him.
Right.
And I thank her to this day. But I took on the load financially.
Right.
And I think a lot of men don't have a problem with that.
Exactly.
My thing is, don't try to take advantage of me. That's my problem. So with her, man, she was always a go getter. She we used to always talk like, nice to ask her like, yo, what do you want to do with yourself? Like, yo, I want to do business. I want to better myself. All right, cool. So like, I find this English class. I want to take it. I pay for that English. I pay for that class.
Right.
The class was $100 for the year.
Right.
I paid for that class, and guess what? She never missed a day. She never missed a day of that dang class.
Yeah, it looks like Dominicans learn English much faster too.
They learn faster when they want to learn it. Some of them are lazy. But the ones that want to learn it, they'll learn it. And she learned it, and now, dog, she speaks English. Like sometimes when we talk English to each other. And now she was promoted during the pandemic to director at a resort. She's like the boss. She reports to the owner, like directly. She's the direct report to the owner of the complex, of the resort. So it's just like now it's just
it was encouraging get her to come up.
Huh?
And that's what a man's supposed to do anyway.
Yeah. I told her straight up, man. Look, I don't want no lazy female around me, man. I'm not taking care of you. I'm not doing that. Like, that's not me. Whatever dreams these, dudes or whatever your culture is, I'm not doing that.
Right.
Like, I want to be able, like, if we were to have kids,
dream, but I'm not gonna sit here and just watch you lounge around.
No, I approached it as if we were to have a kid together, and something happens to me, are you able to take care of yourself and the kids?
Right.
And she thought about it, like, damn, I didn't think about that, which a lot of people don't. Like, are you good? So now, she's making money. She bought a land. She bought a plot of land. She bought her car. And now she renting the car out to tourists, making her money 3 times back.
You're making her money work for her. That's good.
Yeah. Like this girl.
Yeah.
Dude, now she got credit. like
nice.
She can get a loan in DR and all that stuff. It's like, dude, she's up there. She moved into a new apartment. So it's just like, again, I guided her through her. I guided her through the process.
Right.
And that's the thing. That's the thing. A lot of guys don't realize. Like, well, go overseas and find yourself a submissive wife. Make sure she cooks and cleans for you. It's like, dude, maybe she doesn't want that. Maybe she wants to just better herself.
That's the part that kind of irks me, man. Like I said, you can't be. Dudes need to do some reading or have some knowledge of where they're going. You can't be going to developing countries asking women if they like education, if they value education, and you just hoping they say no to be like, see, those women over here, they're such and such. It's stupid, and it kind of comes across a bit weak to me, and it makes no sense. You come out looking clueless because you don't know what you're doing, because women in developing countries,
they would want the education. They would want to do something more than so knowing that they have the opportunity with you, they're going to absolutely go and do it, but they're going to put it to good use because they're going to appreciate the fact that you're doing it. Unlike an American woman, which is like, well, you should be doing it for me anyway.
You know what? A woman is grateful to you if you help her make her life a better situation. Understand this. I'm speaking for Latin America. For a woman to go to college and graduate, she's probably the first person in her family lifetime to ever do that. So for you to go there and tell her like, hey, don't go to school, I take care of you, dude, this may be a life-changing history moment for her family life. Right. Like, yo, she went to college and she graduated. That's why it kills me when I hear these dudes like, oh, well, I just want you to just don't stay home and cook and clean and fold my clothes. I'm like, what the fuck? You live in the 1950s?
Right.
40s? It's like, man, if anything, I want a woman to fucking have some type of drive.
Why do you think looking for a clothing manufacturer? Because she wants to do a clothing line. Fine.
Yeah, dude, I want that. That's what I want. I want the same. Look, the type of person I am, I get bored, man. I don't like being in the house. My personality, since I was a child, my mother used to beat my ass. I can't stand still. Like even like when I'm home, I'm constantly moving around. My personality is always on the go.
Mm-hmm.
So if I'm with a chick, I kind of want her to have the same personality as me because again, I'm gonna be missing on your ass.
Right.
That's how person I am. So for me, I don't want you to be that lazy wife that just sit there and just watch TV all day. No. Look, what do you want to do? What do you want?
Right.
What do you want to accomplish? If I can support you and you're my woman, I'm gonna support you.
Exactly.
So what do you think, guys? Kind of still think. I know why they think that way and where they heard those kind of things, but you know, I've been saying this, guys. Some guys need to leave the extreme red pill things in the States, you know, because when you go to a different environment,
it's delusional, man. Again,
it's. I'm not saying female nature doesn't work and none of that, but you can be too overdose on that shit because you're gonna fuck up all the good opportunities.
Let me tell you this. Look, Roland, please co-sign with this, please. You're like one of the veterans that I know. Most of these guys are not messing with regular women. They're messing with pros. It is what it is, man. Let's just get the cat out of the bag. They're not messing with regular chicks, man. It is what it is. A lot of these guys are weekend warriors, and they're just like they have a good time. And again, there's no problem with that. If you did have a good time, let it be known, which I said earlier. Don't try to go to these countries, try to sell a fucking dream to these women, knowing damn well you trying to fuck a cousin. Oh, it's what it is, man. And my thing is like, listen, there are a lot of good women overseas that want a better life for their family, and you can't fault them for that. Nope. Dog, we're from Haiti, man. I'm Haitian, dude. My mother was homeless with my brother. She was living off the street. My brother was eating off fucking garbage cans. Wow. Like so for me, for my mom to meet my dad, which we got different fathers, and he basically told her, "Hey, listen, I promise to send you to the States, put her on a boat and send her ass to Nassau." I mean, dude, that's a blessing. So, guys, sometimes you coming into her life is a blessing for her to uplift her life.
Yep.
And again, she may have the drive to do better. She just need that push.
Yep.
Yeah, and some guys, I feel like that's finding traveling, they finding it off of the ledge of the red pill, right? So for them to cut that off and let it go, because I wouldn't say that's why, but some people, that's why they get stuck in that monger mode, or because they get, I don't know. Because I myself, I know I'm looking for the nice chick, right?
Right.
You kind of said to yourself, a lot of these guys are stuck in monger mode. So they're used to doing monger activities so to the point where they don't know how to scale down and really be there emotionally for a woman because they become so transactional. A lot of guys have become so transactional themselves that they don't even know how to relate and be soft for a woman.
Or they don't want to be simped. They're programming their mind.
That's
no.
That's
what I'm saying. That's the part of being red pill.
No such thing as a simp. Don't use that word.
Yeah, my thing is
word.
My
If
thing
you
is
care
this.
about your woman and you want your woman to do well, you're going to support her in anything that she wants to do, period. It don't matter whether she's from the United States or a whole nother country. You're going to encourage her to be the best person. If you care about her, you want her to be the best version of herself.
Let me tell you this. If you want that fucking 10, dog, it is what it is. If you want this fucking 10, this Instagram 10 that you want, it pays. It's not cheap.
Right.
You got to maintain her.
Right.
You thinking that, well, hey, I got her now. You don't think you got to take care of her? She expects you to take care of her. And that's the problem is this whole manosphere and red pill anger. It's just like they think that the world revolves around them, and it doesn't. And it's just like, dude, you're responsible as a man, especially in Latin America, bro, where the women rely on a man to be the man. There's no 50-50 in most of these countries. Well, shit, in majority of these countries, you paying all the bills. You taking care of the family. You taking care of your wife. It's what it is, man. But I don't know what these dreams that guys are selling nowadays. You know, just show up as you are. You're gonna find a 10. You don't need no, you know, you gotta have game. How the fuck can you run game if you don't speak the language? I seen guys literally have a Google Translate relationship. You guys know what a Google Translate relationship is? Like, what the fuck is that?
Oh my goodness. How slow is that conversation?
Dude, man, and you could tell the girls so disinterest in the whole entire process. Like when I speak Spanish in DR, bro, the girls' eyes light up. It's like, wow, you speak Spanish. Then when I switched it up to speak Creole, dude, they like, shit, you speak all 3 languages. Yeah.
Yeah, man, I gotta get my spat. I know it's gonna be a little bit of struggle for me because
It won't be a struggle because you're Haitian.
No. My Spanish is very conversational.
Okay. You good.
But I think I'm more comfortable in that Colombian Spanish because that's where I've really
Listen.
Because I feel like that Dominican Spanish is gonna be a bit different. It's gonna hit a little different.
They look, Dominican Spanish, they match up like 20 fucking words in one phrase. I'm like, what the fuck? I'm like, what? What the hell did you say? But I'm just saying, it's just like, guys, if you're looking for a relationship overseas, you got to be realistic with yourself. Can you actually maintain it and sustain it? It's cost to travel to do long distance relationship, man. Oh, just go overseas and don't bring it here to this country. That's what I hear a lot. The guys that's saying that dumb shit, they've never been into a relationship before.
What's your opinion on that, man? Do you?
I'm not against it.
First of all, what's your near or future goal as far as?
I'm gonna tell you this right now because I'm not afraid to be transparent. My youngest son is autistic. You know, he's high function. My ass staying in the States.
My nephew is too.
Yeah,
so.
Look, I'm staying in the States. I make my money in the States. I make good money in the States. I'm not retiring anytime soon. And my son, the program is here. So any woman that I get involved and we decide to get married and have kids, she's coming here. Is what it is. The guys the guys that are saying that dumb shit, don't bring them to the States. They never have any relationship with any woman overseas besides pay for play.
And they're weak.
Look, the guys that I know, no excuse, ORD. I mean, I know a lot of great guys here that have sustainable, loving relationship with foreign women. So when I hear guys talking about, oh, don't bring her to the States, she's gonna change on you, nigga, then that means you are weak.
Exactly.
That means that she just played the game to get her fucking card and leave your ass. Because trust me, when a woman respects you, dude, the love is already there. So it's kind of astonishing when I hear guys say that don't bring it to the States. Like, these are the same guys that fuck with hoes and only hoes. Like, you never had a relationship with a regular woman, and you trying to tell the next man, oh, he can't go overseas because he can't bring it to the States because she's gonna change on him. Like, dude, when a woman switch up on you, that means you are weak. She didn't respect you.
Yeah, can I tell you a story about a brother that I know out here? Nah, this dude's Haitian. He's much older than me. Nah, this dude, he's really financially just let's just say I can say if I were to um get to where he's at in the future, that would be a beautiful future. Like I'll totally be looking forward to it. He's very, very comfortable financially. So this dude went to the Dominican Republic. He lives in Florida. He got a wife. Brought him back over here. I'm not sure if the girl had some sort of
She had a plan
me-
already.
can you hear me?
Yeah, she had a plan already.
Yep.
No. It wasn't that. It wasn't that. It wasn't that. Unfortunately, no.
Okay.
So
okay.
she ended up. Long story short, she killed herself.
Oh my goodness.
Like that first wife he brought over here, he
But she
went
killed
down.
herself.
I don't know, but he drive a black Mercedes Benz. He went down to Miami, spent 20 grand, got her Mercedes Benz too. He got black one, she got black one. Like, I mean, the dude's really, really well off. Multiple houses. By now, this dude damn near was talking about he thinking about buying a jet, but he was bragging a bit. But I know he's doing very, very good. So he sent the body back to the Dominican Republic. I was even scared for him. I was like, dang, he going to the funeral? You know what I'm saying? You know, Haitians and you get their daughter, and you see their daughter back in the box, but she killed herself. Guess what? Buddy went back there again. Got him another one. Brought him back here. He's still with his wife. It's been at least 5-6 years going on now. His wife is like manager at a place, very smart, was at the university in Santiago. The dude is like, I guess he's really good at doing it.
Well, he's picking the right ones. He's looking.
He's picking the right ones, man.
Well, I'm just saying he's looking at certain qualifications or qualities that these women have, and he's consistent with it. And that's what me and Kanal had talked about in a prior live stream was if you're dating a certain type of woman here in the United States, you should be dating no less than another country. You shouldn't be going play for play. You should be at that level or higher than what you were dating here in the United States.
So you should easily be able to do it. None play for play over there. Yeah.
No. If you have a personality, you can make a conversation. You should be able to strike up a good conversation in a decent place and meet a woman without having to do all that.
Yeah, man. He's still with his wife now, and like I said, the dude he's probably closing on his 60th, or he probably at least 60 years old. And his wife is, I know she's not 30 yet. She's probably like 38, 37, 30, 27, 28, 27, 28. Like, he's living beautiful life with her. I saw him on Facebook the other day for New Year's Day, posting with his wife 6 years, and he's good. She didn't even want to come to America. She was at the university in Santiago, and now she's here. She's a manager at the place where she work at, and
I mean, you'd be amazed.
When it comes to a relationship, you have to have an understanding.
Yeah.
You guys need to talk everything out, what your expectations are. You have to have an understanding on all those things. Because people can expect a lot and not really know that it's going to come. But if you have an understanding of what's going to be expected, then life goes a lot easier when you have a partner or if you're even married.
I agree.
Because there's no confusion. Everything's been spelled out, what we're planning on doing. Even as I'm dating this chick, these are the things I'm laying out for you. These are the things I want us to build together. These are the things I'm doing by myself, whether you're going to be here or not. You get what I'm saying?
Well, that's the thing. A lot of guys are not having that communication. They're stuck on stupid on the beauty. They're stuck on stupid on the sex. But there's no real relationship beyond the beauty and sex. So they're completely they're completely infatuated by this beautiful foreign woman that's liking me, that's giving me attention, but yet there's not a real true relationship within that relationship. So, like even with my girl, we've been together for 7 years, man.
Right.
I watched her grow to the person that she is now. For her 30th, that's why we're going to do Guatemala and Belize together. And I told her, man, like before I left, like, yo, I'm proud of you, man. Like I remember you.
So I take it she doesn't have kids.
No.
That's good, man.
But even then, if she had a kid, I like for me, I have a one child minimum. So like
Well,
I have two kids. Like for me, I have two kids. So and granted, I have a special need child.
no, I
Special need
wasn't.
child is like two kids.
Yeah.
So to me, I cannot judge another woman because
No,
she has
no,
a
no. I wasn't
child.
trying to judge her. The thing is, because you say because I already know you travel with her, and you just said like your travel plans with her, and the way you were saying it, I'm like, it has to be that she doesn't have kids, or she has a good situation.
I mean, she has a strong family background. Her family is strong. Like that's
Strong family
like
dynamic.
well, yeah. When I'm there, the mother, the father, the sisters, the nephews, the cousins, all of them. When I come, they all come see me, and it's a very strong family background. So for her, leaving, if she were to leave DR, that would be a lot for her because she's not used to that. She's from a small town at that. Very close knit. All the family members live like within the block of each other. So when you do that, it's gonna be hard. But at the same time, it's just like, hey, what life do you want to live? Like even we talked about if you were to come to the United States, what industry would you get into? Guess what she said? I want to get into the medical field.
Wow.
Yeah, she's I want to get into the medical field. I told her why, because that's where the money is. I was like, you know what? I gotta respect that.
Man, if dudes, like, okay, so this is my next question to y'all, because I really want to say this, because I've thought this some time back. You know how you said, she'll say, she come here, she come go in the medical field, and I was thinking like, wow, you know, traveling and whatnot, and if you really want you a wife or whatever, we can really pick you like a nice one, because just think of you know, um, the amount of education you can pick somebody already has from where they're coming from at. If they like, let's say you meet like a nurse, right? They're already a nurse and they come to the States, they learn English and they can get in the system, and you can have somebody that's already educated. You can have you something very,
That's the point. But that's the
very
thing is,
well put together.
but the thing is, the manosphere is not promoting that. It's looked
Right.
down and frowned upon that a woman that has this shit together. For me, I want my woman. Look, I was raised by a single mother, a single immigrant Haitian mother. I have 4 sisters. Dude, I would never, ever, ever tell a woman that, you know what, you can't better yourself. You can't, like, listen, I'm always about, hey, what do you want to do?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, you want to do this? All right, are you truly
Boy,
committed
you
to it?
sound like a saint, man.
No,
I'm
no, I
messing with
mean,
you. I'm messing with you. I'm messing with you.
no,
You
I'm
should
just saying.
support your woman's dreams. That's the whole thing. You don't want her underneath you. You want her to have a life too.
I want to have a life, man. It's like
Right.
at the end of the day, it's like, listen, I'm the type of person. Even when I was married, man, like, yo, what do you want? What do you need? Because at the end of the day, I'm good. But if you're not good, you're gonna make my life hell.
Hello.
Yeah, these talking points they got going on around right now, man. These are so crazy to me because
They're coming from people that don't know any better. They're not speaking from experience. Most of them haven't been married for any amount of time, and if
Bingo.
they had, it was a year.
But y'all been married. I mean, he been married and divorced. What do you guys think? Because one of the point they make, which I agree
was
with.
Married 7 years, my first marriage, and married 9.5 years, right before my.
So
10th
you're a
year.
pro. So you're a pro. So
But
so
in between time, I was 10 years, so I had my whole days.
oh
I-
yeah.
so now, even after my second wife, it's like I look for quality, not quantity.
Yeah.
I'm looking
So
for that one.
so what do you guys
So
think about
I can be
one of the
picky. I
things
can
that?
dismiss girls in a heartbeat. I don't care.
So what do you guys think about the laws though? That's one of the things they talk about, and I see and I understand the perspective they're coming from because
I mean, okay.
if
Here's the thing.
it'd be it's a luxury to live
Well,
outside the country.
well,
Not
that's
everybody
not.
can do
No,
it.
wait,
I would like to keep
wait,
my
wait.
job, like you said. I would like to
That's
keep my job, but
okay. All right, let's talk about that, right? How many guys could actually really live overseas? Percentage, like, give me a percentage. Like, realistically, black men could live overseas.
I would say
Wait,
3%.
wait, 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 wait. In which way? Because I know there's a brother that talk about this on here, and he talks
No,
about it costs him
okay.
a lot of
Again,
money to live in Medellin.
okay. Let's keep it simple. I'm gonna keep this shit
3% of
simple.
black men could live overseas.
What is
comfortably.
percentage of black men can
At what quality
actually
of life?
live overseas?
At what quality of life?
Doesn't matter.
Luxurious, like
Can he? Again, let's just keep it simple. You see, you're
Don't matter what
dissecting
country,
it.
don't
Just keep
matter
it simple. What is percentage of black men can live overseas?
are you talking about percentage of men that's traveling, the travelers, or percentage of black men, period?
Just
Those
black
travelers
men.
aren't staying; they're just visiting.
Oh,
Somebody that could legitimately stay.
very
over-
little if you're talking about the general population.
Give me a
of black men.
percentage. Give me a percentage.
Shit, the general population, even in the traveling population, it's low. So it's
Just give me a percentage.
shit. What, like I'll say 3 to 5%.
I said, yeah,
I'd say
yeah.
3%.
I agree with. I agree with both. You got less than 5% who actually stays in another country even after retirement. A lot of black men are not in a position to even fucking travel.
Yeah.
So when I hear guys talk about these laws and rules, it's like, bro, you don't even fucking travel. 2, you don't even have a relationship overseas. Granted, yes, within the Western world, there's a 50-50 chance that your shit may not work, but there's a 50-50 chance your shit may not work overseas well either.
Mm-mm.
So, and the thing is, it's just like, okay, by you having that mindset, you instantly going into the relationship failing. And granted, too, you didn't vet that person properly. A lot of guys get infatuated by that pretty ass and pretty face, but they don't even really know the person. Do you know how many guys that I've seen have this Google Translate relationship where they don't communicate at all? They just constantly passing the phone to each other so they could talk.
But
How
do you
can
think okay. Well, I agree with you though. But the question I was about to ask you, do you think that's completely wrong, or is it wrong because the person is not making any effort to learn any Spanish? Because I've been there, but I'm learning Spanish. I've learned Spanish and I
Most
can hold
guys, let's keep
conversations.
it a buck, man. Most black men ain't trying to fucking learn another language.
That's what pissed me off, man. I was so shocked to see YouTubers on here, like they on the beach. They can't even ask how much, quanto. And the niggas like asking how much, like
But
literally
when
how much. I was like,
guys
what?
when guys talking about get your passport, all right, how many guys could actually fucking speak the language or took initiative to learn the language? No, just to say phrases, use phrases in that country. Not too many. See, you have a lot of these YouTubers out there that don't even know certain phrases in these countries where they expatting from.
Bro, I'm gonna say this. There's a lot of expats that got I'm sorry, I'm gonna say it. I gotta say it.
Say
There's a
it.
lot of expats that got Colombian wife. They been living in Colombia for like 3-4 years, but because their wife speak English, they don't speak no. And then you visiting from the States, I'm speaking more Spanish in ordering the food than the nigga. The only thing he know is yellow because it's
And
ice.
and
I'm like, what the hell? I
and
don't live
again,
here.
there's only a small percentage. And Roland has a lot more experience than me. There's only a small percentage of black men. Again, I'm speaking only for black men
Black men.
that will have an interest to learn how to speak the language. This is a small percentage. I would say fucking 2%.
That's
black
true though,
men.
So
because
you would probably
Well-
be closer than 3. I would say 2% probably would even be a better percentage.
yeah,
You know, but at the same time, think about that. If only 2% of us have the ability to live overseas in whatever level of comfort because we're generating income from the United States, okay? How many people do you think that are talking against passport bros have any ability to do any of it?
very low, if not slightly, maybe a
So what the
percentage
fuck are they
over.
talking about? They're so inexperienced about even having a conversation.
Yeah, they're not even gonna have the
Why would
conversation.
you
Yeah.
why would you let anybody that doesn't even have that level of experience even bother you? They're not on our level. They don't even understand the principles of getting on this level. They don't understand
Yeah.
the principles behind having to buy tickets, arrange visas, set up hotels. This shit ain't cheap.
It's not. And that's why it kills me when I hear, hey, get your passport, come, find love. Like,
It's that
it's a
simple.
process.
Yeah.
The process is very expensive and very timely.
Time consuming.
And it's just like a lot of guys don't have patience for that. And again, dude, you got a lot of guys are more anxious to fuck her cousin.
Mm-hmm.
You like, dude, you in a relationship with this one chick, but you trying to smash her sister. You trying to smash her cousin. So it's just like, I mean, it just kills me, man, that the guys that talk about these things have no experience in this category, but yet giving advice.
I mean, the game for me, I could take an American woman, which I have, and I can take her overseas with me. I don't have to go find somebody in a whole nother country. I got women here I can do that with. Passport ready, everything. That's
a good option too. I met this brother. He retired in Colombia with his wife.
Thing about relationships, it don't matter whether you're in another country or this country. If you have an understanding, you're 100% honest about how you want your relationship to go, and y'all both agree, you shouldn't have any fucking problems.
Bro, I'm gonna piggyback. I'm gonna piggyback off of that. I have a few friends here who are married to beautiful, well-to-do sisters here. They travel the world together. They happy though. When I see them together, though, I want that relationship.
Right?
Yeah.
When I look at them, like, yo, this is the type of relationship that I want. They've been together for like 15 plus years, man. The love is still there. They still enjoying each other. They still make time for each other. Man, at the end of the day, you could go overseas and find you a Chica or a Brazilian or whatever, or a Thai chick. Though she can still treat you like shit.
So
Go ahead.
Yeah. So with what you said right there, because I heard a question that was asked to a brother, in on Clubhouse actually. Do you think if we could find what we wanted here, we'll stay here, like, or do business here, or it's just now? There's that part. Do you think we'll just stay here if we could, or do you think now that our eyes is open, we have a bigger catalog, we're gonna explore regardless?
I'm gonna tell you this: a lot of guys are not establishing a relationship overseas. A lot of guys are not.
Exactly.
A lot of these guys with passport are not. I'm gonna say this: they are not establishing a relationship overseas. They're not. The majority of them are just there for the fun. It's what it is, man. Now, granted, during that fun process, they may get someone pregnant. They got to do what they got to do. But based on my history, that I've been doing this, majority of guys do not get into a serious relationship with women overseas. They just don't. Because for one, due to insecurity issues, because they assume that she's probably a hoe, she's probably doing all this and that, whatever, and it's just like they don't trust them.
It is a lot of trust. It is a lot of trust to put.
Let's address that first comment. They're all
Go ahead, bro.
They're all hoes.
Yeah.
That's the assumption.
Which is
all
wrong.
the women in the United States are all hoes. What's the difference? It's whatever you feel comfortable with. You have a past. As many women you done dug out, whatever she's done dug out, when y'all met, y'all were at the right place at the right time when y'all both have an agreement where y'all can get along. Period. Shouldn't matter about her past. Her past is what made her get to the point where you could address her and see her as who she is.
But what about her body counts, man?
It don't fucking matter.
Man.
Don't matter.
Hey, man, look, man. It's been 4 hours, bro. This is like one of my longest.
That shit
man.
Body counts.
All right. Body counts don't fuck it. Look, all right, here's the thing, man. People overseas have sex at an earlier age. They may lie to you and say, hey, yeah, I started at 18. There's a good possibility they probably started younger than that. 2, look, at the end of the day, the body count, this whole science about body counts is going to reflect her imprints and all this shit. Look, man, at the end of the day, what's the difference?
Pair bonding.
Yeah, pair bonding. Yeah, there you go. If she loves you, she loves you, man. It is what it is, man.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. Like my mom told me, like, I have a total of 8 different brothers and sisters. My mother told me that she loved my dad, and my dad was the last one.
Mm-hmm. But I don't want to have to break in no virgin. I need somebody.
I mean, this whole thing about you trying to find this innocent,
right?
White dress. It's not gonna happen overseas, man. not overseas.
It's not
You
gonna
know,
happen anywhere,
you know,
especially in the
and
United States.
this, Alex, this is the conversations I really, and I wish I had the bigger platform to have these conversations honestly, but dudes put this masquerade on, and it just is what it is. I mean, um, yeah, it's yeah,
It's a false dream. This whole thing about you're gonna find someone and is she gonna have a low body count? Dude, you don't know. You're not from that country. You don't know her. She could lie to you.
and dudes talk about quick access. They brag about the quick access,
Well,
but then
okay,
you want to shame people about the body counts. It makes no
they
sense.
there you go. So there's the walking contradiction right there. Because okay, you're gonna shame a woman for having a high body count, but yet you want to smash on the first date. What kind of shit is that?
Get your passport, guys.
So okay, so you basically shaming women in the Western world for
The same
exploring their
fucking thing.
options, doing the same thing that you're doing, but then again, you want to have quick access to them as well.
This
So
is
it's like,
why.
so again, to me, you're a walking contradiction of what you're promoting. Because at the end of the day, look, man, if let's say you do find this person that is a white flower, and you don't even like the sex, are you gonna stay with her? No, more than likely you're not. You're gonna go out and cheat on her.
No, you're gonna cheat on her. Yeah.
Yeah, dude, that's what's gonna happen,
And you're
dog.
going to turn her into the exact same thing that you're fucking with, instead of leaving her alone because she ain't for you.
Dude,
This
like,
is this is why. Um, yeah, there's a lot of things that I feel like they are contradictions, and brothers need to be honest. And I was trying to spark a conversation in
Yeah.
one a stream that I was in, because dudes tell you, well, they don't want to be in relationships, they want to keep traveling. So I asked dudes, do they want to be in open, like, because dudes, are dudes trying to be in, are dudes even trying to be in like some monogamous, not monogamous, I'm sorry,
A
non-monogamous polyamory relationship,
Mm-hmm.
like an ethical non-monogamous relationship. And I'll try to explain to them, in that world of, in that side of the, I guess you can say, love, they say, they don't say lifestyle, they say love style. And that side of love style, um you know people are open, there's honesty, you have to be honest, that's what drives the whole thing.
I'll tell you
But
this. I'll
but
tell you that. Go ahead and finish your thought.
but
I'm
but
timing
dudes
on
are
that.
saying, well, I'm not in a relationship with her. I tell her I don't want to be in a relationship, but you're saying it's the same couple of chicks that you always mess with. So I'm like, why not have? Or are you guys saying, do you guys want to have a not monogamous relationship? What kind of thing? Because as people travel more, I notice guys do not want to settle down, and we were talking about it. But guys have to some establish what they want to call that thing, right? Because guys are saying they don't have a relationship with these women, but you are in a relationship with the women. If you've been dealing with her for a certain long period of time, that is a relationship.
You're
It's
I'll
right.
tell you
not a
this.
committed relationship, but you have a relationship. You have a what's the thing they call it? Sex situationship,
Yes,
situationship,
situationship.
entanglementship. It
Yep.
is a relationship.
You're right. It is.
It's just not an
You're
ethical
just in denial of
non.
it.
Yeah, you just, you're not an ethical. It's not a committed relationship, and it's not an ethical non-monogamous relationship.
It can
It's
be
just you.
ethical. It can be ethical.
It
Not
can be
only just
ethical.
by religion, it could be ethical if everybody involved understands the situation. Like, I never lie to a girl I date. If I'm dating multiple women, they all know about each other. I'm not going to slip up and say somebody's name in front of them and they don't know who it is. You get
Damn,
what I
bro.
mean?
I'm gonna tell you
I'm
this,
very
guys.
honest. I'm too old. I'm 55 years old. I ain't got time to play games, bro. I value my time. So if I'm
And
spending my time with you, that's the most valuable thing I can give you. Before I start spending money on you, the most valuable thing I can do is give you my attention and my time. I ain't got time to play. And I'm very straightforward with women that I date.
I was I was in Hollywood Beach, Florida, right? having lunch, drinks, and we met a couple who were swingers. And my girl and I were talking to them, and they were like, dude, deeply in love with each other. They've been swinging for 20 years.
Mhm.
Wow.
And they have their thing where they swap partners, or she goes out and do
They,
her
they
thing
do
or
full
whatever.
swap.
Yeah. They we sat down for 2 hours, and they even paid for our damn dinner. And
Educate you on swinging.
yeah, they just wanted it because
They were
again, I was
trying to
asking a
get
lot of
them,
questions.
Alex.
Hey, man, you know what? Though I was very intrigued, man. I was like, wow. And it's just like, even though their history, their past, whatever, it did not affect the love that they have for each other.
So would you say that comes from great understanding of each other and knowing what
Yeah,
your
great
needs-
understanding of each other,
right,
communication,
good
everything else.
communication, all that.
Maturity.
Right. All those
I mean-
things are factors in a great relationship, and that's the thing that we're lacking now. We don't understand that communication is key, having a common understanding and common goals that each of y'all want to achieve together and separately.
These guys that talk about, having a low body count and all this stuff, like, these are the same guys that are quick to cheat on their wives.
I mean, that young
Because
man talks
we-
about it a lot, though.
Wait,
I don't know
hold up,
why he
because
talks about it.
Because they want that freak nasty porn star that they've been fantasizing all these years, but yet their wife is not that way. So guess what? He's gonna go out there and seek it, even if it means he has to get on a plane and fly there. So it's just like, it's kind of ironic where you're worrying about pain count and imprint and pair bonding, but then again, you guys don't even talk to each other.
Right.
There's no communication. There's no respect. There's no love. It's just like, y'all just in the house together. It's just kind of ironic to me,
need you to
man.
pair bond with me at 55 years old. I ain't trying to have kids. I already have my kids. My kids are grown. I ain't trying to have not one more.
You're lucky, man. I don't have kids, man. I'm 38 years old.
Yeah, I started a little early though.
Yeah, I'm a loser, man.
My first one.
Nah.
I was 19. My first one.
I mean, like, even at my age, I'm pushing 45. I want 2 more kids.
Right.
I mean, you good though. You get your young. What?
Yeah,
you
you got a
fiance?
30
You
you got a-
engaged?
Get
No.
ready, 30-year-old. You got a
Yeah.
30-year-old.
I'm actually engaged.
She's right in
I'm
that
actually,
frame. She's right in that frame of being able to be pregnant and bearing children and already had lived a little bit of a life.
yeah.
So
And-
she's right in that perfect frame.
I mean, my thing is this, man. At the end of the day, you find someone that you're compatible with. Do you
Right.
like the person? Do you like talking to the person? Do you like being around the person? I know so many people don't even like talking to their wives and husbands. They won't even like seeing them. Like they get sick by looking at them. I don't want that, man. So like,
How
for
long
me,
was your first marriage?
10 years?
10 years. Wow,
10
that's
years.
a hot minute, man.
Yeah, 10 years. And again, we both take blame. I'm
Okay.
not going to sit here and say it was, even though I did went to a phase where I didn't take accountability on my part, but that's a self-reflection. Like, I went through the whole red pill rage, and hated this and blamed this and that, whatever. Law's not fair. But then at the same time, I had to look at myself like, yo, dude, you fucked up too. Like, you broke your family as well. You was not communicating. You was not putting the effort in. It's like you had this cocky attitude. I had to check myself, man. Though my son had to check me.
Oh wow.
So that's why, like, when I hear all this, one side, one blaming the other side is blaming the other side, it's like, bro, we need to just stop all that shit, man. Like, sit down and talk. Find someone that you have an interest in. Build something with that person and go from there. Though you're not gonna be young forever.
Well,
Like,
my
these,
brother, that's gonna be a long dream. That conversation is never gonna be ending.
Oh, I mean,
especially with the monetary incentive that goes around it.
Again, I'm speaking more as an individual. I could care less about a group or a movement. I'm talking to the man as an individual.
Yeah.
Listen, if you find a good woman, look, let me tell you this, real talk, man. Ain't shit out there, man.
Sure.
You could go out there and sleep with as many women you want. And it's like, you could travel all around the world and do the same thing. You're more than likely catch a STD because you're gonna slip up, get someone pregnant, and you're gonna be miserable. if you do meet a chick during your lifetime, a good chick, and she's willing to put in the work, dude, why
Stop
not?
right there.
Stop right there, dude. Just
Stop
make it
right
happen.
there. Right.
Lucky for me, my girl, she's into fitness. You know, she's into bettering herself, making money. I'd be stupid to fuck that shit up now. At my age, I'm like, all right, cool. Like, I'm not trying to date someone 22 years old. Dude, I ain't got nothing coming. I got nothing coming with you. Look, I'm a type of person now, man. Sometimes I want to be left alone. It's hard someone to date me because the type of person I am. I'm very moody. I like to keep moving around, and sometimes I don't want to be bothered. Dude, I'm a hard person to deal with. So when I meet a woman that understands me and understand, like, listen, don't take it personal. That's just my personality. Dude, I'd be stupid to fuck that shit up, man.
Yeah.
The thing is, you have a lot of men and women think that, you know what, I can find somebody else that's going to understand me. No, you're not. You're not going to find another person. You're not going to find another person that's going to understand who you are as a person. So when you do find that person that understands you, but yet she still has the desire to be a better person, a better version of herself, dude, come together, make it work.
Exactly.
Dude,
and I have to co-sign on that 100%. Every wife I've had wanted to leave on their own accord for whatever reason. Every one of them came back.
They always come back.
Dude, they come back. And they realized you were the best thing they had sitting in front of them, and they didn't appreciate you. And they want a second try. No. I don't ever look backwards in a relationship. If you cut ties with me, we cut ties. It ain't no let's relive it. Let's get back together. If you took the effort to separate yourself from me, that's it. I gotta move on. Ain't no sense of me sitting there moaning over it or doing anything like that. You have a right to live your life the way you want to. I can't make you stay with me, but the minute you say you don't want to be with me, I'm done.
Yeah.
I'm not going backwards. But a lot of dudes will take that opportunity to, fuck with the chick for a while, maybe even get re-entangled with them, wind up popping out a kid, and now you still attached to her even longer. They're not thinking with their head, they thinking with the little guy down there. It's an easy lay. They don't have to go hunt. You already know what it is.
I mean, that's the thing. Is like a lot of guys think, relationships can be easy overseas. So the same issues that you run away from in the States is going to be there in Brazil, Colombia, Dominican Republic, South Africa, Thailand. It's going to be there. You may meet a girl that's very abusive towards you. Women do put hands on other guys in these countries. They do. They don't talk about that.
Oh, Latin women are very passionate.
They're very passionate and feisty. Don't be surprised you get stabbed while you're sleeping.
I know that's right.
So it's just like they don't talk about that.
Turn your phones off. All the fucking notification bells off that shit.
Yeah, I have my second on silent.
It could be
my shit stuck on vibrate.
Too much. She just start looking at you like, who the fuck is ringing your bell like that?
Man, my stuff stays on silent.
Exactly.
For real.
Hey, you know what, man? Look, it's funny. We try to run away from it, but women are women. Is what it is, man.
No matter where you're. Yeah.
And that's the thing about it. It's like we can't, we gotta love them. Is what it is, man. But at the same time, find one that's good for you. Either be domestic or overseas.
Find one that knows how to have an understanding.
Yeah, like I can't say. Oh, he dropped off. But I can't say this enough, man. The fact that my girl understands me, dude, I can't. I appreciate that shit so much because she knows like the type of person I am. Like I told her, like, listen, man, I just gotta be alone right now. I go through that, and it's not that I'm cheating on you. It's just I'm just alone. I'm just in my head.
Right.
I mean, you find a woman that understands that, man, dude, man. Okay, she gained some weight. Help her lose that weight.
Right.
know what I mean? Help push her, motivate her, man. That's your role as a man.
Exactly.
You know, and it's just like, I don't know. It's like,
what those extra fluffs?
Man, I don't know, man. It's just, I had this one dude, right? Okay, he was against about his wife getting a mommy makeover, right? I told him, dude, she gave you 4 kids, man.
Right. Her body
gave you 4 kids.
Did you mean BBL?
No, a mommy makeover. That's like when you do the stomach and the chest area. And it's just like, yo, she gave you 4 kids, man. Well, I don't want her to, like, she gave you 4 kids. She sacrificed her body for you.
That's true.
He's insecure.
Yeah, that's what it was. That's what it was. I was trying to make that obvious, like, oh, so you don't want her to look good for her because you think that she's gonna attract someone else, and that's what it was. Like for me, dude, if a woman gave me multiple kids and we're together and she's been loyal to me, dude, you know what? Okay, babe, I know your self-esteem has not been there. All right, what can we do to make your self-esteem better? We've gone to the gym and it's not working. Okay, we got to do this. All right, let's do it. And I'll be there holding their hands for the entire process, man.
Yep.
And that's the thing. It's like, that's when I hear guys talk, I only like it natural. It's like, yeah, right. But yeah, you'll cheat on it with a dude that got fake breasts. With a chick that got fake breasts.
Or
like you'll cheat or BBL. Like it's like there's a walking contradiction, man. That's why like I can't take that shit serious, man. Like,
but in DR, man, that BBL thing is big, man.
It's not even DR. It's not even DR. Man. Like I've been all over.
I mean, Colombia too, obviously.
Mexico. Go to Mexico. They all over the place. Mexico, man.
Cano. Yeah. Look at the chat. Keymaker just called you out, brother. He said you weren't going to the gym in the DR with your wifey.
No, I wasn't. She was going to the gym. You damn right. You damn fucking right. I was going to the damn liquor store, get my coconut rum and my pineapple juice and taking my ass to the beach while she goes to the gym and take her ass to work. Yeah, you damn right. But now that I'm back home, I have no excuse. Shit. Like I said, Coach is waiting for me tomorrow. He's waiting for me.
I bet he is.
So it's just like, to me, I was on vacation mode. But once I'm not on vacation mode, I'm grind, dude. I'm in the gym. I love working out. But yeah, you're right. I was not in the gym in the DR. I was in the beach. Oh, she even called me a fat ass. Like, damn, you getting fat? Like, hey. She saw myself like, hey, you know, it's all loving right here. Hey, hey, Mr. Keymaker, man, you damn fucking right. I ain't go to the damn gym one time. I was going to the liquor store, gave me some coconut rum and pineapple juice every fucking morning. Give me my bottle. I'll take it to the beach in my backpack, get my damn foot massage, and just watch the ocean. Sleep on the beach, man. I was a beach bum. Literal beach.
Foot massage on the beach.
Oh yeah, man.
Peace, man. That's peace.
That's peace, man. Foot massage, man. You pay $20 for it.
I'm gonna get me couple of those.
Man, dude. Then Thailand, I was getting a massage every damn day. Every day I was getting a massage. I was getting some type of massage every day in Thailand. Man, I was getting them soapy too. Oh my god, them soapy massage and a newer massage.
Oh yeah, I heard about the soapy massage.
Woo-wee! Man,
yeah, I heard about that. I gotta check that out when I go there.
Hey, but like I said, going back to the wife, man, dude, like, my wife has to be a better version of me. It's just like she represent me. When I'm out, if she looks good, I look good. You can't have the wife looking sloppy and shit. Especially if she supports you and she has your back. Dude, why not take care of her? Dude, that's your best friend. But I think we lost that in today's relationship, man. Everything's about me.
It's about leverage, man.
And everybody talking about laws and rules and everything else. Like, dude, how the fuck can you have any type of relationship leading off with that? It don't make no sense, man. So that's like when I hear guys, don't bring it to the States. Don't bring it to the States. She's gonna get corrupted by the damn system, the Matrix. I'm like, bro, have you ever been in a relationship? with anybody? Well, not really. Okay, so how the fuck can you give any type of advice?
But I do think it's not just about not bringing her to the states. Obviously, that's a factor, but it's also obviously, if you don't bring her here, you do get a little bit of benefits. But the most benefits that people are talking about too, um, especially from the perspective of expatriating, is because cost of living is cheaper and you can afford a certain lifestyle with your woman.
Yeah, but
or whatever.
again, we're going back to the numbers. The numbers don't lie. A lot of dudes do not have the capability or the financial means to become expats. Is what it is, man. It's a small community of expats, especially black expats. We're not winning like that as everyone trying to paint it to be. I'm just keeping the buck, man. I'm a very statistical guy. A lot of black men are not expats. A lot of black men are not digital nomads. A lot of black men are not traveling like that. It's what it is, man. So when they try to paint this picture as we're all doing this, we're not. Because when I'm on a plane, I don't see too many of us. Now, granted, if I'm going to DR, yeah, I see a lot of us. But once you go to Europe,
that's temporary. They're gonna be there 2 or 3 days and be out. You staying. There's a difference. You get what I'm saying? You might see a lot of them on that plane, but a lot of them gonna be on the plane by the end of the weekend going back.
There'll be a lot of. Okay, here's the thing. Perfect scenario, Roland. Be a lot of dudes on the plane on Friday.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of planes going back home on Monday.
Exactly.
You say there'll be a lot of guys on the plane on Friday.
On Friday, there's a lot of dudes on the plane on Monday going back home.
Hell yeah.
Like so going it's full.
And going back home is full.
3
So basically a bunch of weekend warriors. Like
the key man maker just said weekend warriors.
They're weekend warriors.
They're not dedicated. They're not staying there for a long period of time.
They're not. Like for me, I was in DR. I was staying there. Dude, I didn't see many brothers out there. I didn't. The only time I saw brothers, from Monday. Yeah, there you go. From Monday to Thursday, I ain't see no black dudes.
That's
Nothing but Europeans, Canadians.
Like on the weekends, it swells up to ungodly amounts. But during the week, Vegas is a damn ghost town half the time.
Look, I'm going to tell you this.
So people go out there for weekends a lot.
Weekends, man. Weekend. Colombia, weekend. Dominican Republic, weekend. Costa Rica, weekend. Mexico, weekend. Belize, weekend. Brazil requires more time. So Brazil, 1 week. I say.
How long were you in DR? You were staying in DR?
Well, I was there for 4 weeks, almost 4 weeks.
4 weeks, okay. That's a nice little stretch.
Yeah, so for me, there were times where I ain't see no black dudes. Like from Monday to like Friday morning, then Saturday morning I go to the grocery store, but nothing but niggas. Like, oh shit. Like, god damn, where they come from?
Fresh off the plane.
Yeah, fresh off the plane. And you could tell because they all carrying big water cash of American dollars. Really? I knew right there. Yeah, I knew how. Yeah, they just got off the plane. While I have all my pesos in my pocket. I'm like walking around with sandals, don't give a shit. The guys that just fresh off the plane got the jewelry on, the Air Force One, Jordan.
The jewelry on and everything.
Yeah, man.
Looking like straight marks.
Yeah, man. I'm walking around with some shorts and a t-shirt and sandals, like trying to get what I need, and I know where I'm going within the store, so I'm not wasting any time. The guys that's fresh off the plane, they just looking around, like, oh, look at that baddie, look at this, look at that, look at that. I'm like, yo, excuse me, get out the way. I'm trying to get out of here. So I mean, it's different, man.
Yeah, it'll be interesting.
It's different, man. It's just like
it'll change your life, Keymaker. It'll definitely raise your level of expectation on American women. So yeah, I understand that. Coming back after 6 months, you see a lot of differences in the world once you come back after 6 months.
I'll be the first to admit that since I've been back, I've only been back home for like 48 hours. I don't really pay attention. I don't pay attention. I have a very tunnel vision when I go out.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just like, trust me, if I'm looking towards your directions, I'm not looking at you. I'm probably looking at the item that I'm trying to get. It's just like, yo, I'm not looking at you. I'm trying to get this cereal box. Move out the way. So, I mean, traveling changes everything, man. Like, I'm not thirst. I don't have the thirst, man. And if I sense any type of attitude, you know, I don't need this, man. You gotta go.
Yep.
You gotta go.
That's where it starts to become quality versus quantity.
Yeah.
You got to get to that age, though. You got to get to that level of maturity. Let's put it that way. But at first, we're all trying to plant our seed in whatever fucking moves. But once you get older, all that starts to wane a little bit. You don't necessarily want to plant a seed in something that ain't worth it. Now you start to get a little more pickier.
It's interesting. I was invited to a speed dating event, right? And I kind of responded back to them like, listen, I think this is a waste of time for me. I'm not trying to entertain anybody that I have no interest in.
Right.
And I'm not trying
to waste my money to try to get the interest in them.
Yeah, it's like I'm just at the point in my life
to date them. Yeah, no.
I'm at a point in my life now. I wear Chuck Taylor's, white tee, and some jeans. I don't feel like wearing a damn suit. I already know what I could do. I know my position, so I don't need to prove to you. If you want to judge me based on what I look like, then hey, it's what it is. I'm not trying to earn your trust. I gotta earn your respect, earn your love. I ain't got time for that. I'm good. That's where I'm at now, man. I'm like, I'm good.
Yeah, I'm the same way. I ain't got time. I did so many women that come after me. One chick had the nerve right after I got off the ship. She saw my Facebook, right? And she hits me up in the DMs and says, I'd like to go on a trip. I said, bitch, I don't even know you. What are you talking about? Well, I'm going to have some time coming up. I said, I don't know you. What makes you think that I want to date or take you on a cruise? Just out of the blue. No conversation. Just friended me and come off with that as a way of trying to pick me up. Like, what?
Because they assume that
you're single, aren't you? As if I'm single and just I'm a man, I should just want to take her somewhere.
Yeah, because they think that the level of thirst is there.
Right. I'm like, and she goes, you're single. I said, no, I'm seeing somebody. Obviously. Because you saw her in the video.
Yeah, I did. Yo, she had a nice rump behind her, bro.
She had a nice rack in the front too. You didn't see them?
And I ain't see the front. All I see was the back, man. I was like, yeah, can you handle that, old man? I mean, old man Logan.
Stop. Handle it all, brother.
I was like, hey, look at him. Look at him. All right, cool. I see you.
Wait. I don't play. I'm very particular, man. You gotta hit a certain type of level with me.
Well, brothers, I'm sorry. I'm looks like I'm dozing off.
No, it's the same here, man.
It's 4:31.
Yeah, man. I got a flight to catch in the morning, man.
Longest live.
Yeah. This is my longest live. 4 hours and 31 minutes, man. You guys took this to the extreme, man. But it's all good. But hey,
my number in the back chat, man. Hit me up, fam.
I'll definitely do that, man. All right, man. Well, guys, hey, listen, you know what?
Talking with y'all.
Yeah, have a good rest of your weekend, man.
All right, thanks, guys.
All right, man. Have a good one, Tano.
All right, fellas. Well, it's been a long live stream. I wasn't expecting this to be this long, but thank you for listening in. It was a great conversation. Hope you guys have an amazing travel year this year. As I said before, I'm actually heading out to Belize, Guatemala, Rwanda, Uganda, Kenya, and Tanzania this year. So I'm going to 6 countries this year. So I'm looking forward to it. I'll be keeping you guys in the loop as far as my planning hotels that I'm staying at, what excursions that I'll be doing. I'll be writing that down in the blog. And like I said, the ebooks are coming soon. I'm writing my ebooks and giving you guys all the tips and tricks on how to maneuver in these countries, man. With that being said, wow, it's been over 4 hours and 32 minutes. Thank you. Be safe. Happy travels. Happy New Year. And talk to you guys soon. It's been fun, man. Guys, take care.